He unfortunately had to work today.
I usually with like Google Hangouts, a lot of people watch afterwards, not necessarily live.
Yeah.
200 or less people. I basically phoned it in, so don't worry about it. We'll cruise.
So you're like Jacqueline, huh?
I'm all about those subscribers. That's why at the end of every video I do, I say, please like and share and subscribe, everybody.
I really like that guy. You subscribed to that Undoomed, and I looked him up, and he's hilarious. I like him.
I love Undoomed. He is freaking non-stop hilarious.
Is he? I haven't seen any of his videos, but he basically sent me a message, said, what do I got to do to have you subscribe to me? So I was like, all right, subscribe to you.
Oh, it's really worth it. Yeah, he's hilarious, and he's very good with all the graphics, very good production value.
Oh, yeah. He's a video guy, right. He knew about the smoke that I used in my Bob Marley video. he literally recognized the stock piece of footage.
You mean that wasn't real marijuana?
No, it took a lot of takes for me to blow a puff of marijuana smoke that matched the exact stock photography video of that smoke. Yeah, I'm pretty boring when it comes to drugs, guys. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, I'm not really into drugs either. But yeah, but as far as legalization, I mean, marijuana, fine.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
I'm a huge Nirvana fan, and if anything, the lesson of Kurt Cobain is don't do drugs.
Yeah, but
definitely.
Pot users are non-violent offenders. It should really not be something that's sending people to jail. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but of course, yeah, go ahead.
Here in Oklahoma, our governor, Mary Fallin, refuses to make the oils legal for medicinal uses. And my brother, Jaron, he has really bad epilepsy, and we can't legally get the oils that would prevent him from having seizures. So he has to take all these medications and stuff when he could easily just, because he's used it before and it worked. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah,
the problem with the sort of religious, I don't know if that woman you're talking about is religious, but geez, so many of these fuckers are religious.
She's horrible.
My dad. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, Peter Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens' brother. Over here in the UK, he says that there's no such thing as a war on drugs, and he said that cannabis is actually a dangerous drug.
Yeah, he's a boring guy. I mean, he's a real uppity or just uptight kind of dude, isn't he? Conservative.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him. However, I do have sympathy for him when it comes to him and that purple whale woman.
Yeah. I'm definitely taking Hitchens over that chick. I mean, that was embarrassing. The dislikes on that video, though, are comical, to say the least.
Yeah, what, like 29 likes and 4,000 dislikes? Something like that.
But to be honest, I mean, this whole Oxford Union thing, I understand why they want to put this up on YouTube and like, hey, this is where all the hot shit intellectuals debate, but it really is snooty as hell. I mean, these people think they are God's gift to the earth, and the fact that they're all sitting in that room, and you got these 19-year-olds in bow ties, and they're, oh, fuck these people.
Yeah, and that woman who, she said that in a debate about Israel versus Hamas, that Israel is somehow comparable to the Nazis or something.
It's my favorite analogy ever. And why would she choose to wear that purple outfit? Like, seriously, like, what other occasion are you going to wear that to, and why was that her choice?
They represent party colours, don't they? In that building, you have party colours.
Oh yeah, oh really?
She seems to be the only one wearing purple, though.
Well, some men wear like a tie, a purple tie, and then you have yellow. I think yellow is a party colour for Lib Dem.
Oh yeah, what about this new guy? There's a new leader of the political party in England. Explain.
Oh God, Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
He's completely over the top, far left. He wants to get rid of the Trident nuclear arms.
So how did he get elected? Like what happened? Why only him?
He's not elected yet. Jeremy Corbyn. He's going to try and be the Labour leader, which will give him the chance to be Prime Minister next election.
Okay. So it's sort of an internal promotion.
Yeah.
Already, some members of the Labour Party have resigned, like senior members.
Oh my God! So,
Sorry.
God! So with him and Donald Trump, we got quite a world stage. We're lining up here for the next couple of years.
I am terrified of the Trump.
Jeremy Corbyn actually voted against killing 2 ISIS fighters last week.
For what did they do?
What?
Sorry?
What did they do? They're just members of ISIS, or?
They were plotting to kill the Queen. So we droned them, and Jeremy Corbyn said, like, no, we shouldn't do this. It's wrong. They deserve a full trial. Is it? We can't go over to Syria, collect them, bring them back, and give them a fair trial.
Yeah,
It's the only
it's the
option.
same line that Glenn Greenwald does with this stuff.
Yeah, nauseating. I was watching Douglas Murray, an old video of him a few years back when we had just killed Osama bin Laden, and some of these people in England were upset about how we buried him, and he should have had a fair trial. And it's like, good Lord! I mean, this is like Voldemort. I mean, it's unbelievable. If we can't kill Osama bin Laden without any, naysayers, what chance do we have?
Yeah, well, Corbyn called the bin Laden death a tragedy on RT.
You're kidding.
That's a direct quote.
The tragedy of what?
What about all those people that were incinerated in the buildings that he destroyed?
That's also a tragedy, but it's a different type of tragedy.
Oh, it's because of American imperialism, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you kill 1 brown guy, that's like 2,996 white guys.
Oh, right.
I think that's the official math that's in the Constitution. I saw the most insane meme somebody was spreading around Facebook. It was 2 pictures side by side. One was the Twin Towers. It said, "Never forget." The other was a black guy being lynched, and it says, "Don't forget about this." Basically.
Yeah, I was seeing that a lot too.
God.
I hate
saw that,
that sort of.
It's so wrong on so many levels. It's really hard to wrap your head around it.
A lot of
also
people think... Sorry, go on.
No, you go.
I don't know why people don't, because white people were lynched too. I don't know why they always think of lynching as like a specific black thing that only affects black people.
Yeah, the biggest lynching was against Italians.
So are you trying to say black people culturally appropriated lynching from white people? Now that is an argument. I would love to hear that one
I
fleshed
think
out.
it's selective history, where they just point at one thing and then forget the rest of the history about the white people
Oh,
as
of
well.
course.
Holy shit.
Oh my God,
Speaking of selective... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, talk. I talk a lot. Go ahead.
Speaking of selective history, a lot of the feminists... There's actually a movie coming out called Suffragette, and I saw the trailer, but I don't... I'll watch the movie just to see, but the trailer was kind of nauseating because they failed to realize 100 years ago that young men were horribly slaughtered in the First World War, and that was, if you want to see an unjust war, that was evil, just evil, taking over the world in a metaphorical sense. And yeah, young women were not, other than in Germany, the places that were being bombed, really were not in danger. And these the suffragettes kicked out the women that were against the war, and they were very pro-war, and they're the ones shaming young men walking on the streets with the
white feathers.
The white feathers. They were not good people.
No. They were radicals. They were proper, terrorists tying themselves to things and blowing shit up.
Yeah, they blew shit up too. Yeah, they were not nice people. And there was a story, a story I read about, because I'm reading a lot about the First World War. There's a story I read about a parent that her son went to didn't want to go to the war, but he felt so shamed because this one woman with a white feather, the young woman with a white feather, gave it to him, and so that was the tipping point where he said, "Okay, I'll go," and he died. And she said that she blames that woman for his death. this is. It was an interesting story. From I think it was written in the it was an article written in the 1920s, something like that.
Have you listened to the Dan Carlin podcast on that? World War
No,
I?
I haven't. I still have to get to that.
Wow. Yeah, that's a must listen.
Okay.
I was just listening to the Young Turks. They posted a video yesterday where they attacked Sam Harris for his nuclear first strike policy, which he doesn't have.
Again?
Yeah,
I saw that.
It's like they quadrupled down on it, and then they started talking about, you know who the only people to use a nuclear weapon is? America, World War II. I mean, this inspired me to then Wikipedia Japanese war crimes. The Wikipedia page is like a never-ending scroll. I mean, the Japanese war crimes are immense. It is crazy what the Japanese were doing. And for them to selectively be like, no, Hiroshima and Nagasaki is what I'm focusing on about World War II. I mean, it's such a slap in the face to history.
After Hiroshima, they were still fighting. It took Nagasaki to get them to stop, to realize that we were going to keep doing it until they quit.
Yeah.
It's a necessary evil, isn't it?
Yeah, these people are the last people that you want to be in charge of a military. I mean, they are essentially pacifists. They are, this is not a viable way to navigate through world affairs.
It's strange because you talk about white guilt, but Chen Kuga is not white and he has white guilt.
Yeah, but he has Western guilt, if anything, but he
culturally appropriated the white guilt.
He's not afraid to dogpile on whites. I mean, this is an anti-white bigot. He clearly hates white people in the history. In fact, they just did a story, the most absurd story. Check this out. It's 2015, late 2015. They did a story about I'm not kidding, a bar fight in 1927 that involved Donald Trump's father, allegedly, and some KKK members. So in 1927, there was millions of KKK members, okay? We all know this. So if there's a bar fight anywhere in the South, it's probably going to be with a KKK member. But, what the hell is this story have to do with anything today? I mean, it's just so obvious. But to see that smile on Cenk's face as he's talking about the KKK, everything is good in his world. I am talking about the KKK. All is right in the universe.
You could say that some of Cenk's ancestors haven't exactly done nice things.
Yeah,
in
of course. God, Turkey is censoring the Twitter right now because they don't want people to find out about how they're killing all the Kurds.
Oh yeah, the bastion of Islamic peaceful
Democracy.
nations, Turkey. Yeah.
Hey, remember they had a golden age once, right?
Right.
Yeah, some guy was sending me all sorts of videos and links about how that's all fabricated and bullshit.
Oh, it is.
It's
completely fabricated.
Like the Arabs, there were Arabs that made some advancements, but they were not the Muslims, and they were not, they got taken over and gang raped by these people, but then they take credit for their advancements. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, most of them were barely religious. Borderline atheists, some of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Obviously, back then they couldn't say they were atheists.
So what's with the Reservoir Dogs?
It's one of my favorite films, and
specifically Michael Madsen or Quentin Tarantino? What's your interest?
specifically Quentin Tarantino. I like his films. Most of them I like.
What do you think about The Hateful Eight coming up? What do you think?
It looks quite interesting, and I like a lot of the old-fashioned Western films. So
Are you thinking more uber violence?
yeah, I like the uber violence.
Are you thinking he's gonna do another horrible cameo?
I don't know. Probably.
He makes. Go ahead.
What movie did he do? I've seen a lot of his movies, but I didn't really know what he looked like until more recently.
In Reservoir Dogs, he's one of the more side characters.
Okay.
He basically tries to shoehorn himself into every film because he wants to be a movie star, and he's a movie geek essentially. I mean, he's a gamer before there was gaming.
I think he gets killed in every single movie he's in, though.
Yeah, he was in Desperado, acting horribly. I think Pulp Fiction might have been his best role in terms of he had some funny lines.
Actually, he
Um,
was entertaining in Django, and his character
Oh
was.
no, come on. He was terrible. His acting was awful.
No,
Did he
no,
play
I'm not saying
Django?
it was good, but it was funny, entertaining. Like it wasn't like it was.
That
It
was
didn't
the
take away
worst
from.
Australian accent I've ever heard.
Who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Quentin.
Oh yes, Quentin.
In
God, I
Django.
hate that fucker.
You don't like him.
I like his movies, but I hate that fucker.
Yeah, I
But I
agree with.
mean, but just imagine the audacity to cast a guy like Jamie Foxx, Academy Award-winning actor, and then cast yourself, who it's beyond nepotism. It's not even nepotism. It's like self-nepotism. Just put yourself in your own movie. I mean, this guy makes M. Night Shyamalan look like Brad Pitt. It's
Yeah, but Shyamalan is the Lord of the Twist.
yeah. I mean, he out-twisted himself though because it became predictable. In fact, M. Night Shyamalan needs to make just a standard like boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl. The end. Like,
That's
the
the
end of it.
twist.
The twist is there's no twist.
I think in Reservoir Dogs he turned down a few million, and it's one of his first movies as well, because a woman said, "I'll pay you a few million to be in this movie," and he said no because he wanted to play that part.
It is a great film. I was just watching a video. The Amazing Atheist watched Django Unchained and did a whole video called "My White Guilt," and he talked about how I'm not kidding. He talked about how he felt very awkward and uncomfortable. He watched the movie 3 times, and it really rattled him to know that this is the history of the nation and the region that he comes from. And it's like he acts all offended and surprised when I notice that this man is riddled with white guilt.
On his his white guilt video, he didn't seem to know the definition of white guilt. He said it was trying to make yourself a victim when that's not what it is at all.
Well, you know what else is great is that people think that if they get accused of being a white guilt riddled person, that they have to be like consciously subscribing to that idea. Like it's bizarre. It's like, no, this is a subconscious. I'm labeling the essence of who these people are. I'm not saying they go around with a name tag that says, I'm TJ. I'm a proponent of white guilt.
Right.
It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what is even happening. It's too real. It's too penetrating. They're in the matrix of white guilt.
This
Well,
whole
no one.
sins
Sorry.
of the this whole sins of the father thing, it really needs to go away for humanity to advance. Because I mean, even if hypothetically my grandparent was a mass murderer, what does that have to do with me?
Right. Okay. So
Exactly.
on a literal level, there is no case. So they're not going to hold you personally responsible, but they want you to carry around a sense of shut the fuck up and don't rock the boat and be sensitive and be aware of the fact that you are probably a reprehensible person because you come from a line of reprehensible people. So shut up, don't criticize, don't say anything negative about anybody of color. The end. That's the pressure they're trying to
I
put on
actually
you.
had someone hold this against me in an argument. Like, that we were talking about immigration, and they said, like, where are you from? I said, England. It's like, oh, your ancestors immigrated there. How dare you talk about immigration? You can't hold that against me. I didn't do that personally.
Yeah, everybody
Right.
should just go back to Africa. That's where, because we appropriated every other land.
Excuse
Yeah, I
me,
mean,
black people came from Scotland. Way back.
Well, my on my father's side, my grandparents left Ireland because they were being persecuted there, and they had a very hard time. But they were white, so I guess that's fine.
Right.
Well, I have Jewish ancestry in mine, so
Mm.
Devon's getting aroused here.
Yeah, I just did a video with a couple Jews, Sam Harris and Dave Rubin.
That was so funny.
Thank you.
That was. I don't know why. I just burst out laugh. I like how the edit goes with his arm. It all of a sudden it just the edit goes to him holding a glass of water and he says the Jews.
Yeah.
That was just funny.
I could have.
I liked the end whenever Dave is like wrapping it up, and then Sam's like, "Kill everyone in Gaza."
Yeah.
Oh
I knew
my
someone was
god.
going to do that.
I like that Sam had the awareness to know while he was actually doing that interview that someone was going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real shame that he has to do videos like this and defend himself. There's so many parallels between, I don't know, between the topic of race, the topic of Islam, and the labels that the people on the far left use to try to silence anybody who's talking
Right.
about uncomfortable situations.
It's a double-edged sword, though, because it's a good and a bad thing. Because not a lot of people heard of him before the whole incident. So,
Which,
Right. On Bill Maher.
yeah.
yeah, that's another thing I can't understand. Like, how have you not heard of Sam Harris in 2014? Like, what the
I
hell?
think it's brilliant. I remember actually very vividly. I read his book End of Faith in 2009, and I vividly remember reading the part about where he talks about torture, and I remember the talk about the part about nuclear, his supposed nuclear first strike, and I remember understanding it, and I thought, oh, yeah, it's a good analogy. He was just saying that you can't reason with these people. If they had a nuke, if they had a button that could nuke the world and get what they want for their jihad, you can't reason with them. And that was basically his point.
But
And,
yeah, but the point is, this guy takes on issues that are compelling, interesting, and in dire need. We need somebody to talk about the moral ethics of torture and of a nuclear holocaust. Like, who's talking about that? What public intellectual is taking that on? Islam, the dangers, the insidious ideas of Islam. He is a guy getting up in public on television with his name on the screen saying Islam is this and this, and we have to be worried. Imagine if Sam Harris started talking about race. Imagine if he's like, you know what, young black men commit an insane amount of crime, and I think this is bad. I condemn them for that.
oh,
The
gee.
internet would break.
Yeah.
On that point, he has touched on the police brutality. He hasn't
Has
touched
he?
on the race. I remember him on Joe Rogan's podcast and his latest podcast. He touched upon it, but he didn't
Yeah.
go into detail.
I heard him what he said about that, but he said that his main point was that that topic is toxic, and you cannot talk about it, and that the people like the Black Lives Matter and the regressives have combined all of these things. So somehow Eric Gardner, Michael Brown, and Tamir Rice have something in common, which is absolutely racist. Those three situations have nothing in common, aside from the fact that these people want to portray that as like it's black people. There's this epidemic of black people dying for no reason. As if
Right.
I think
Michael
they do
Brown
have one thing in common. I think all three of those, the person who died was resisting arrest, I think.
No,
Might be
Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice is a
Rice. Sorry.
child with a fake gun. Now, a child with fake gun gets shot is a story that has happened a million times with every race, mostly white. Okay. Now, this is not going to be covered by these people because it doesn't fit their narrative. Michael Brown. You guys have heard what I thought about him. That is an absolute joke, and that story will fade away and dissolve into nothingness because there was nothing there.
Right.
There's no story there. And Eric Gardner is a medical situation, and it's just they want there to be something that is not there.
Oh yeah. I saw somebody post a meme that said, I'm reading right now. It says an inconsistent conservatism. And it has a picture of Eric Garner on the ground, of course, and it says should have followed the law. And then it has a picture of Kim Davis, and it says hero for breaking the law. And at the top it says white privilege. And
So backward thinking.
yeah,
Right.
I just keep seeing stuff like that.
Wait, who's Kim
Lately.
Davis? Kim Davis.
That
The-
religious nut that refused to issue marriage
Marry.
licenses
Oh.
to gay people.
Oh God, they brought that into the shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it had nothing to do with white people. It had to do with the religious nuts.
Right. Well, I just find it amusing. Like, as far as Sam Harris goes, though, like it's enough. If you have an American talking about nuclear policy, nuclear war, that's enough. It doesn't even matter what he's saying. The regressives are going to freak out. Now, if you add on top of it that he's Jewish and he's not anti-Israel, oh boy, that now we got wildfire.
Zionist.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a neocon, which is a euphemism.
Right.
Didn't we dogpile on the Jews enough in the 40s? Can't we give them a break for a change?
Actually, didn't Sam Harris, just as a side note, Sam Harris, didn't he say that he didn't want to be referred to as Jewish and he refused his bar mitzvah or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, he's not Jewish, but he mentioned that he is Jewish culturally in the
Oh,
talk
right.
with Dave. But he doesn't want to be called an atheist either. He just wants to be called, a reasonable guy.
Yeah, I agree with his stance on that, not being called an atheist because it sort of should be like like, yeah, he said astrology. You don't call non-astrologers something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And also, it's very, very boring. It's very intellectually stagnant. Do you notice that I don't talk about atheism? I don't talk about, like, here's why I'm an atheist and all that shit. I've left
You
that
mean like Jacqueline Glenn?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's the
Exactly. And the
difference
reason,
between agnostic and atheist.
right. And here's the thing. The reason is because a lot of these people make these videos to just position themselves above everyone else. They want a boost to their self-esteem, and they want to say, look, I'm smarter than these people, and here's
Right.
why. That's it. That's the psychological itch that they're scratching. They're not breaking new ground. It's just,
Oh, no.
Regurgitation.
yeah, it's pathetic.
I don't watch any of the videos. I just don't take her seriously. Sorry.
It's very derivative. I never liked Jacqueline. I always felt about Jacqueline Glenn that she's somewhat narcissistic, and I'm like, because
Somewhat.
Yeah.
like I do, like through my through work, I know like someone at the Dawkins Foundation is good friends with her, and I don't like. I don't want to hurt her feelings, but she's not listening to this. But no, I'm not a fan of Jacqueline Glenn. I always thought she was very narcissistic with all her just like her side channels with her like cooking or just doing nothing.
Singing,
Oh
making.
my god.
Really?
And-
I haven't even seen that.
Yeah, she's got a singing channel.
What?
She has
She a
different
good singer?
channels.
Yeah. It's like
She
the
actually
Truman
could
Show.
sing.
It's like she is
Is
so
she a good
pointless,
singer?
and yet she is such an LA girl. It's just quintessential LA girl. I mean, this is
Bionic
why
Dance LA.
Bionic Dance. Where is she from?
I think she's from LA or San Francisco.
I don't know. That gypsy. I would guess Romania.
I thought she was in San Francisco.
Who cares?
It's
Oh,
all
man.
the same state. I don't care.
Constantly talking about oppression of atheists in LA, which is just not
What?
happening. But have you not watched Bionic Dance recently?
Yeah, no, I haven't. But isn't her usual thing like, let me find a stupid video and, come across as like, look, I'm smarter than this person, and just like try to debunk their arguments like a religious person.
Yeah, like the low-hanging fruit of the Christians.
Yeah.
You'll just grab
Oh.
onto that.
God, is that dull? I mean, people get caught in a rut and they keep doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
And what's the point? How many videos do they have to make to get it off their chest?
At least
Repsion
four.
stopped, hasn't he? Repsion says he won't touch religion anymore.
Really?
Yeah,
I
but-
think he really wanted to get into gaming anyway. He wasn't really. He was just using the religion as a launch point. I think he really wanted to get into the gaming scene.
Who are you talking about?
Mr. Repsion.
Repsion.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
He's a little kid, I think.
Oh.
He's like 19.
I think he's got about the same amount of subscribers as The Amazing Atheist.
Was he that big? I didn't think he was that big.
We'll check.
How long has The Amazing Atheist been on YouTube?
I think since 2008, 2007, something like that.
He's
Okay.
got 455,000 subscribers.
Oh wow.
Wow. I don't think I've watched one of his videos.
Stay away from them.
I only watched
Really?
one.
They've gone a bit boring, to be honest.
He
Who
had a
else?
couple that he flat out plagiarized and he had to apologize for.
Yeah.
What, like stole jokes or
No, like
ideas?
literally word for word plagiarized them from another YouTube channel.
You mean
Oh.
Repsion or The Amazing Atheist?
Repsion.
Oh, that's not good.
It's, do you know a guy called I Must Destroy All?
No.
He basically gets scandals from a YouTuber and then sort of displays them to the public. See, like, look what this guy's done. And he did The Amazing Atheist and Repsion. Repsion was constantly putting up suicide pictures and talking about sex, which is weird because he's like 19. And then Amazing Atheist was literally scamming his audience into giving him money and then not doing the thing that he said he was going to do at all.
Oh, you mean like Anita Sarkeesian?
Yeah.
Does she ever do any public talks or debates? Like, what are the chances Anita would do a debate?
She does do No, actually, she doesn't do debates, but
No,
she
she
does
does.
do live talk.
She
Does
does.
she?
I'm talking to you. You will listen to me and believe
Yeah.
what I say. That's what
Yeah.
I
she.
would,
She even had a thing called Listen and Believe.
Yeah. There's a meme floating out around there with a picture of her, and it just says "Listen and believe."
are you kidding me? She non-ironically called something that.
Yeah.
Yeah. She says when women talk, just you have to be quiet and listen and believe. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all.
The context is when they talk about their experiences of sexism in life, and
Yeah.
Oh my God! I would love to see like Sargon versus Anita live.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd pay money to see it.
Be destruction.
But you know what I feel like our culture has become? It's like somebody who's driving a car that doesn't know how to drive, and so instead of making small corrections with the steering wheel, they make these really large corrections. So like we keep getting like a backlash to a backlash to a backlash. Like I'm trying to correct people who might have good intentions but have gone so far into one direction, the left, that it's ridiculous. We got to drag them back to sanity. So, like, feminism, good idea. They got some valid points. Not the current feminists. Jesus Christ,
No.
they went overboard. So now we got to pull them back. You know, the regressives. Okay, we get you. We understand. There's been some terrible things in the past. You know, it's good to look out for the minorities. But Jesus, to this level, what the hell?
And don't think we can say that women are oppressed anymore. Just know
Yeah,
we're equal.
well, and for you to say that, those are fighting words. Like you
Right.
could not say that in a group, in many groups in the world. You would be vilified for that.
Absolutely. They like women, Lauren Southern, for example, or any woman, even like if a woman says she's not a feminist, they go at her throat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
I got a question for you guys. So the other day I was watching the Young Turks. I hear my own voice.
Sorry,
I-
accident.
I love the sound of it, but
Accidentally
so-
pulled my headphones out.
so I'm watching the Young Turks, and Anna is talking about the immigration thing going on, where we get this influx of Syrians into Germany.
Oh, I
But-
saw that actually.
Oh, really? So to get to Germany, they got to go through Hungary. But the Hungarians don't fuck around. Now, I love Hungary. I've lived in Budapest a couple times. I love it.
I want to
But
go to Budapest.
Oh, it's beautiful. But the Hungarians, the politicians, are like, look, we don't like Muslims, straight out. We are not shy about this at all. We don't welcome them. We don't want them. And there was one quote where a Hungarian politician said the following: "Hungary for Hungarians." And Anna Kasparian said this as if it was a gotcha moment, as if like, aha, look at these xenophobic fucks. What is wrong with the statement, Hungary for Hungarians? Somebody explain that to me. And America for Americans, Britain for Britain, British for Britons, Britain. Somebody tell me why this is a bad sentiment.
I don't know. I think people are oversensitive and they turn around and they say, you're doing it because you're racist or you're doing it because you're Islamophobic. And it's like, no, we have our own problems that we need to sort out before we add 40,000 people to the population every week.
Right. It's like,
Right.
what's the alternative to Hungary for Hungarians? Hungary for everybody who wants to come in?
Have you seen what Sweden's done? They've
Oh.
said they want a person from every single country on the planet to like sort of be this inclusive society.
Yeah, they're the most self-loathing country, just absolute beta as an entire nation. Incredible.
Well, on this topic, it's estimated now that into Germany, the refugee population might go up to 800,000 instead of the projected 300,000.
Yeah, it's 800, right? Easily.
800,000.
Yeah,
And-
that's not even factoring the breeding rate. I mean, ready, steady, go. These people are fucking. They're fucking in Germany right now.
Yeah, and
Did
know,
you hear?
to me, just to me, it's nothing to do with their race. It has to do with the ideas that they're bringing in like a parasite, and those ideas are bad I mean, look at where they're coming from. Look at what those ideas are doing there in the
Yeah.
Islamic State.
Right. It's
Oh,
not
but
a
that's
coincidence.
America's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I
Yeah, it has
actually,
nothing to do with Islam 1400 years ago. It's still America's fault if something
Right.
happened before America was even formed.
You know, it'd be funny. Well, not really funny, but imagine if there was a massive earthquake in Japan and all these homes were destroyed, and we get 20,000 Japanese come to Germany. Do you think anybody would be reacting the same way?
No one would give a shit.
They wouldn't give a
Actually-
shit.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that, and it's not racist. You see what I'm saying?
Because the
Yeah.
modern day Japanese are usually good people.
Exactly.
Pacifistic.
There'd probably be a lottery to try to get the Japanese refugees to come to your city.
Actually,
Did
sorry. Oh,
no, I was going to say, did you hear that? Saudi Arabia is not taking any refugees,
Yeah, that's disgusting.
There are like
But they
9
are- but
countries.
but they are building 200 new mosques in Germany
Yeah, they gave
specifically for the refugees. So there's more chance that they would be radicalized into this Wahhabi ideology in Germany now because of the new mosques there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. This is another toxic talking point, immigration. What is your nation's policy towards letting people in? How many people? What criteria? What are the filters? Do you care? Do you care about your culture at all?
There's absolutely no way there can be open immigration. That's just wrong on so many levels. That could sway voting. It could turn the country from liberal to
What's up,
authoritarian.
guys?
Hello.
Hey,
What's up?
What up, bro?
Hey, man. How's it going?
I haven't seen you in a while, man.
Hey, man. How's
Bro.
California? How you doing?
Good. Oh, hold on. Let me fix something.
Yeah, he comes in and he takes charge, man.
He's a happy guy.
Real quick sidebar. I just got a message from Tony. C.J. Werleman's new book. He mentions Sam Harris 228 times.
Wow.
That's longer. That's more than once per page.
how is his career not destroyed? Because he's been shown as a plagiarizer.
Did you guys see his tweets about 9/11?
No,
Pretty
tell
much
me.
all
Tell
day
me.
yesterday.
He blocked me. What?
Oh, hold on. Let me go back. Let me go on Twitter.
Oh, this is gonna be so cringy. I can't wait.
Yeah, it was
Wait,
bad.
We're
Wait,
going to be uncomfortable together.
I've read an extract from his book, and it has absolutely no content in it whatsoever. It's just bile and nonsense.
Yeah.
Most of it's just quotes from other people, really.
Yeah. He always says
Well,
new
that's
atheism.
what he's-
New atheism is a white supremacist movement, according to C.J. Werleman.
Yeah, I just read. Where is it?
Jawohl.
It says, in the mind of a new atheist, if you criticize movement atheism, in parentheses cult, you must be a Muslim.
What?
I
it's-
didn't understand that.
That he thinks that new atheists have can't even say the word Muslim properly. Like these ignorant white people stereotype sort of thing.
Right.
Muslim.
Yeah. It says, new atheists are the only group of people hell-bent on disproving Islamophobia as a thing. Why do you think that is? I'm trying to find the 9/11 ones, though. Because
Why
they
do you
were,
think that is?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know how they confuse criticizing Islam with hating Muslims. Islamophobia is specifically hating Muslims, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's sort of like a shield for them to not have their criticize. I mean, like as Christopher Hitchens pointed out, the barbarians don't come in unless you hold the door open for them, and it's these social justice warriors, these people they're the ones holding the door open, and metaphorically, like these people, the Mujahideen, the Jihadis, the Islamists, they'd come through that door riding a horse, and they'd chop that person's head off, holding the door open for them too, because they're useful idiots.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, guys, can I take a moment to thank Josh for accepting me in your hangout?
Yeah, well,
Thank
actually,
you.
it's not for me to say, but go ahead.
Josh, the guy, Josh
Yeah,
Edmund.
yeah. You're welcome. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, man. I wanted to be part of this hangout because I haven't talked to Devin in a long time since the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was also happy to see the 7%, representing them in the last hangout that I saw.
Yeah, we got a couple here with us. There.
I know the Oklahoma chick who's pregnant and the British one.
Chick.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
These chicks are here.
Maybe
Yeah,
Cool.
Christiana, do you have a chick in your belly, or do we know the sex of it?
Yeah, no, she's a chick.
Double chick.
Yeah.
girls are better babies, I think.
What?
Girls, when you have a baby girl, it's better than a baby boy.
Oh, yeah.
That's sexist.
Well, they are a lot stronger. The baby girls are a lot stronger than baby boys.
And their
Do you guys-
clothes are so much cuter. Like, I seriously cannot stop shopping right now. Just if I see something, any tiny pink pair of pants or anything, like, I have to buy it. They're so cute. But, okay, hold on. I have a CJ Whirlman tweet here. You know who,
CJ, oh God.
you know who will never forget 9/11? The Muslim majority countries we've turned into failed states since 9/11. Hashtag Iraq, Libya,
Oh my
Yemen, and
goodness,
Syria.
really? Oh.
And then,
Oh God, that's on us, huh? That's us.
Yeah.
That's our problem.
Yeah, blame the
That's
West
just
for everything.
That's
and
just
then
factually
the
incorrect.
U.S. has unleashed 1,000 9/11s through the very regimes behind 9/11.
Oh.
Oh man.
Well, if you go far
They're
back
not-
enough in time, it's always our fault.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of
Before
course.
we were a
What's
country,
the
it's our
option
fault.
to the Iraq War? Is it like allowing Saddam Hussein to continue killing 1 million of his people all the time?
Is his book out already?
Yes.
Who's-
Godless Spell Checker. He did a review of it on his blog.
Yeah. Because I might want to get the audio book and just like do segments and read from it and hear what this guy's got to say.
Don't
I
pay
think-
for it.
Actually, it says there's no audiobook here.
Oh.
Yeah, he says no audiobook. No one wants to hear a book recited by someone who sounds like the voiceover for an Outback Steakhouse commercial.
Oh God. He does.
He can always hire somebody else. That's not an excuse.
Yeah.
I would pay to listen to someone talking like they were in an Outback Steakhouse commercial for an entire length of a book. I would
Right.
pay for that.
No, but you're right. He has this like twangy, inbred Australian accent. It's not like a Hitchens Dawkins thing. This is like, oh shit, it's
Yeah.
probably better. You should have Siri read this for you because it's not going to help you.
Is it like
Hello,
Ken
Moy.
Ham bad? Is it like Ken Ham bad, or is it worse?
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever listened to him.
Ken Ham bugs me because he stands up on his tippy toes when he talks.
Oh God, yes.
To emphasize points, he'll like go up. It's like I have not checked back in with him in quite some time. I wonder how the arc is coming along. They've laid the foundation.
Funding, actually.
It's lost funding?
Yeah, they lost a lot of funding last year because it came out that they were actually using the Ark encounter as basically an extension of the Creation Museum, so they were using it to push a Christian agenda on taxpayer money.
Of course, though.
That's no surprise at all.
Wait a minute, but that's what the church is. It's pushing the Christian agenda on the taxpayer's dollar.
it is.
That's what I mean. The United States shouldn't have a problem with that. That is our policy with every church. I mean, it's not that they don't. It's we don't get any tax revenue from these businesses, and they are a business. They're a scam.
Yep.
Nefarious businesses that
Yep.
It's
They
like
are.
a pyramid scheme as well.
I wouldn't
Have you-
say it's like a pyramid scheme.
You don't think it goes most of the money to the guy on the top?
I think it depends on the church.
Yeah, it might. Joel Osteen, you could make that argument, I guess.
Creflo Dollar.
Who?
You don't know Creflo Dollar?
No.
He's a famous black a minister or a preacher of some kind, and he wanted to buy a supersonic jet.
Oh, right,
Did
him.
you say
He did get
Pastor
the jet.
Dollar?
Oh yeah, his name is that black. He's on TBN, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know who you mean now.
Yeah. Oh God, I used to back in the day, man. Before I was an atheist, I actually saw TBN 30% of my TV viewing was TBN. This was back in 2000s.
Oh man,
It's one
That
way
is
to keep you
brutal.
brainwashed.
Because like I didn't know, man. I just didn't know. I was fucking ignorant because like the one of the reasons why I started seeing it was because they used to like there was this like 15-30 minute clip that they showed on TBN, and it was about like these people. They're not on death row. There was this one criminal who was on death row, but like these three people were there because the criminal killed three people or like was involved, and then for some reason later on there was a shootout, and those three people that were involved were dead, and of course the criminal was dead, and they all went to heaven, but guess what? The criminal was saved because he accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. But the rest of the people who were not Christian or who were not saved, they went to hell. And
Good Lord.
that scared the shit out of me.
Well, it's very absurd to even hear an adult use the word heaven. I mean, it's like talking about the North Pole and Santa Claus. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
But-
Santa's not real?
Sorry.
Spoiler alert. But the thing about American Christians now is I don't even care about them, and I use them as a way to cleanse my palate and get back to Islam. Because who cares about Ken Ham? Now, these people they're not doing anything, and they're pointless, and we've addressed their absurdity. What else is there to say about Christians?
Well,
No, that fight's over.
the politicians, though, I mean, like if let's say ultra Christians get into office and
Right.
make up the next administration, that wouldn't be a good thing.
Yeah. They should be socially shamed beyond belief, and politically they should be beaten with a stick. But,
we have a problem in England that's just not going away. We have bishops in the House of Parliament.
Yeah, well, they should overturn that, but they don't change the traditions of England very frequently, do they?
No.
I
My
mean,
dad watches Fox News all the time.
Oh God.
And,
Oh.
I say to my dad that I'm not for Hillary or Bernie Sanders. I'm not on their side, but I'm also not on, say, Mike Huckabee's side, for example. I think Mike Huckabee's a nutcase, and my dad says I'm intolerant because toward the religious beliefs. Even though my dad's not religious, my dad says he's agnostic, and my dad's against atheism, and he says he's agnostic, and he respects people's beliefs. And my dad's a doctor. Like, he's not a dumb man. He's a pathologist.
Wait a minute. Respect people's beliefs just as a principle?
Like their religious beliefs.
Yeah, but doesn't it matter what the beliefs are?
Like ancient lions killing people.
It's like, does he respect 9/11 truthers and flat earthers?
Oh, I hate those fucks, 9/11 truthers.
No, he doesn't respect them. No, I think he more leans on the side of Americans, like American politicians. Like, if they're Christian, that's that's fine. Like, even if they're extreme Christian, they shouldn't be like Mike Huckabee. Like, he doesn't think that it's a bad thing that he's an extreme Christian.
It could be a bad thing, though, when he pushes forward a law to affect other people.
Exactly. And
If I heard somebody call themselves an agnostic to me while talking to me, I would challenge them to a duel. I would honestly say old-fashioned duel, pistols at dawn, 10 paces. We're going to kill each other over this.
Like, my best friend calls herself an agnostic. I've explained to her so many times, and she still she won't accept it.
Yeah, but this is the same type of person. What's more annoying, the agnostic or the spiritual but not religious?
Spiritual but not religious is kind of annoying.
They got to be the same group. I mean, they're the same group. They're just wondering what buzzword to go with that year.
And one of my close friends is Buddhist. She's crazy. Like, she got really mad because I dropped a Buddhism book on the floor.
Oh.
She acted like it was blasphemy. She went crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Buddhism, you could lump that in with Mormons and Wiccans and Dragon Feather. and all these people that are not going to hurt you. They're not going to harm you.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's a huge difference. The golden rule is, you know, do unto others as you'd have them do to you. The platinum rule is don't be an asshole. The Muslims violate the platinum rule constantly.
Oh yeah.
And the Mormons do not. They just don't. They're stupid as fuck. They're stupid as all.
Oh yeah, they are. Their Mormons are stupid as fuck.
Actually, within like the Mormons violate that. Like, say if their children.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into child abuse, yeah, I mean, all religion is child abuse, of course.
Oh
but,
yeah.
No, but especially if their children denounce the faith. Like there are Mormon sects in Alberta, and especially in like smaller towns, and if their children, like they're kicked out of the house and stuff like that, they're treated very badly.
Well, it's a shame. I mean, honestly, Child Protective Services should just go into all these uber religious households and just yank these kids out, but obviously that's not practical.
I wish they could, but...
Yeah, I mean, they should just be like, your parents believe in nonsense, you're coming with us.
Yeah.
Especially that one where they won't get a blood transfusion. That's
that's the LD, that's the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, we have that for Jehovah's Witnesses here.
Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah.
They're
crazy.
Oh yeah, they are. They're local.
I love them knocking on my door, though. That's a good argument.
Man, it's funny talking about religion. I have not talked about religion in months. I'm just hell bent on. Yeah, I'm hell bent on regressives and social justice.
Oh yeah. The Devin, the video that you posted on Thursday, man, I loved it on Cenk Uygur. Fuck yeah, that was great.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, cause he's like, because I've given up on. I think I already told you this. I don't see him anymore. I haven't seen him in like a year. Not a year, but like since probably. I think after the Sam Harris thing, maybe. And that video that you just whipped Cenk's hypocrisy, man. And you're also and your other videos also like also show his hypocrisy and strawmanning, especially with that Kramer guy that he said, oh, it was radical Islam, and Cenk just said it was all of Islam. I'm like, what?
Yeah. I know.
Krauthammer.
Yeah, it's not hard. Anybody can do this, trust me.
No, but because like you have to understand. Before I used to believe in Cenk, man. I was a TYT fan. I even gave them money at one point.
What the hell?
I gave them money. Like I donated them on YouTube. It was
dedicated.
Crazy.
They had donations?
You are filled with some admissions today. You're really being open and honest.
I think I went off. TYT. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. What's the English chick? What's her name?
Just call me Laika. Like
Laika.
I like her.
You go on. You go on.
Yeah, I went off TYT when there was the Michael Brown shooting, and that was followed up by 2 black guys killing a cop, or 1 black guy killing a cop.
Yeah.
And TYT did not report it for weeks after it happened, and I started getting suspicious, and I was like, no, I'm not putting up with this. And then every single video I watched after that, it was just, I could see through everything they were doing.
Actually, what really started to unravel with me was Trayvon Martin. Like, okay, I understand it was a sad case. Jeremy kind of should have been in jail or something because he was an asshole, to be fair. He should have just left that kid alone. But, like, he took it too far. He took it fucking too far, Cenk. And I was like, dude, come on.
I went off when Cenk did the video where he just blatantly lied about Israel, and this was like 2 years ago, and there was a video by Johnny Versity that sort of this was quite a while ago, and Cenk just
I didn't really like Jonah Versity.
Oh, he did a new video just a few hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of meat on that bone, and he's not going away. I mean, you have to understand, this is a guy who named his child.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah, right. I mean, he named his child Prometheus Maximus. Now, just try to imagine the type of personality it would take for you to name your child that. Cenk.
What are they even going to
He
name?
actually named his child Prometheus.
Yeah, Prometheus Maximus. I mean, this is something I would have in, like, I don't know, some machismo orgasmic dream where I'm just like, I don't know, reveling in my own narcissism and just
Yeah.
my child shall be named.
Prometheus.
I mean, I've jokingly told people that they should name their male children Magnus McTesticles von Chesthair, but
Exactly.
it was never
Yeah.
serious.
God Spawn was taken. You know, it's like, what the fuck, man?
Oh yeah, I saw another video of you about the Young Nazis comedy where you did like an imitation of a vato of an essay.
Oh yeah.
I
How was it?
loved it, man. That was
Yeah.
good. That was good for a white boy. And I got one more thing. How dare you appropriate my culture, Devin? That's my culture. How dare
I
you?
know.
Give me my money.
I tapped into it, man. Man, California is mostly Mexican. You know that.
It is. It's very Mexican, of course.
But when was the last time you went back to the motherland?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
When I was 4 years old, and I hated it ever since.
And are you going to vote for Trump?
Fuck no. Fuck
No.
no. I don't. No. The thing is about Trump, when he said those like things about Latinos and all that, to me, I was kind of like I kind of didn't care, to tell you the truth. I wasn't bothered by it because I knew he was a dumbass. I knew he was a dumbass anyway, so I was like, I don't really care. A lot of people are bothered by it, but I'm not. I'm not a pussy when it comes to that.
You know what I love is the racism of Mexicans, though. It never gets coverage. Those Mexicans are everybody south of Mexico. They basically hold their middle finger up to and say, "Fucking get out of Mexico." Like the people in Belize and El Salvador, they hate these people. They don't get along at all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like we've been fighting each other ever since the wars of independence of Spain, or after that.
Yeah.
Especially their conservatives and especially their conservatives and liberals. They've been at each other's throats.
Well, Dan, why did you? I gotta ask you about the Alamo. What was up with that? Why did you kill us there?
Well, I don't. That's just. To tell you the truth, I don't really give a fuck about the Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
That's just trying to reclaim Texas, but of course he failed, and you know how that went.
I remember I went to see a speech from the former Mexican president. What was his name? Fox?
Vicente Fox.
Yeah. He was. It was after he was president, but he gave a speech, and one of the things he said, which kind of made me perk my ears up, was he said, "Wherever Mexicans are, is Mexico." And so, I think
I've heard that before.
it's a slightly unnerving statement when the majority of people in LA and California are Mexican.
That sounds like whenever some Muslim preacher says wherever there's Muslims, there's Islam, and all
Yeah,
that.
but right, where do you think the Muslim world is? The Muslim world is Luton. I got news for you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Loon. Yeah. I've been hearing about that, man. Especially from that. Oh no, that other British dude. No, he's from some other part. That Texan British. He's from some other part of the country, or I know he lives in Texas, but he wasn't born in Loon. He was born somewhere else.
I mean, I live in Reading,
Bradford.
which is near Rudden.
Yo, Devin, let me give you a parentheses. Like, I don't believe that Mexicans here, want to make this Mexico again. Most of them are just like, I kind of want to, assimilate. I want to assimilate. I want to be, whatever American. Sure, there are those who are, oh yeah, I'm part of, Mexico. But even then, they're like,
Well, wait a minute. How many brothers and sisters do you have?
Luckily, only one sister.
That's it?
A sister, and I have a half brother who's a dumbass. He's a dumbass.
Okay.
Broke the stereotype.
What the hell? Did your mother die at an early age or what?
My mom is on the other table. She's here right now.
Oh, cool. Hi, Mom.
No, it's just that my half brother fucked up. He went to prison for some stupid reason. I don't know how he went to prison, but he for some stupid reasons. Something with his girlfriend. Something with his girlfriend.
Was he a gangbanger? What are the big Mexican gangs now? 18th Street?
Oh, trust me, man. I try to avoid that gang shit as much as with a 10-foot pole, because I don't want to be associated with them.
Mm-hmm. Smart. So wait a minute. You were saying you're from Reading?
Yes.
That's where Ricky Gervais country.
Oh, Ricky
Yeah.
Gervais.
Yes, and Kate Winslet.
I'm sorry.
What?
And Oscar Wilde was imprisoned here.
Hmm.
Well, we have the
That's
Beatles in my
dicks.
city.
And how's the Muslim population of Reading?
um,
Oh,
it's sizable, and
Sizable.
and it's because we live near Slough, which is a
Ah.
known extremist hub, basically.
oh God.
Wait, Slough is a Muslim extremist place.
Yes,
You gotta be kidding me.
yes.
Yo, Devin, can I give you your two piece? Can I hear your two piece about the whole Syrian refugee shit?
What do you need? Yeah.
Yeah, like
You want-
what do you like? I know I read I tweet I heard your tweet I saw your tweet or whatever that said like, oh yeah, Germany accepted 800 or 80,000 refugees, and then of course you tweeted out or something that like, oh
they're
not gonna be welcome, no, they're not gonna be welcome and such.
Yeah. I don't.
Like to me the whole thing is sad. It's really sad about the refugees. It's really fucking sad. But like, I understand you're hold on. Yo estoy platicando, mamá, cálmate. Sorry, guys.
Cállate.
Sorry, guys. The whole situation is sad, but like, I can understand the mistrust. Like, you never know. Like, of course, some of them might be ISIS. Who knows?
Might be. Jesus. Guaranteed to be.
Yeah, but what should we do? Like, we shouldn't.
Well, here's the thing. Right now in Auschwitz, you can go there and take a tour of the gas chambers. Now, the gas chambers are still operational, so all we have to do is fire. It's just you got to power it up. You got to get the grid going.
Holy fuck!
I'm kidding, you fucking pussies.
I know, no. I of course I totally agree with you on Islam.
Yeah.
Islam is a problem, but I also read yesterday that the U.S. will accept 10,000 refugees. But like the pussified liberals, they'll be like, no, we want more refugees. I'm like, what? 10,000?
Yeah.
That's
Well, you know what it is? Angela Merkel, this is all a PR stunt. I mean, this is a very intentional, like, hey, you guys, we're Germany, and this is a news story about Germany that doesn't have to do with World War II, Hitler, or anything negative. It's like, hey, we're the country of hope, Germany. Come to
Do
Germany.
you think Germany has like Nazi guilt?
oh yeah, they do.
Yes. Oh my God. It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
Why do you think they don't
So
put German
sad.
flags up?
I'll tell you a
Yeah,
personal
it's
story.
depressing.
I'll tell you a personal story. When I was meeting my girlfriend's mother for the first time, and we were having a conversation, and I brought up the fact that somebody looked Jewish. I was talking about somebody. I was like, "Oh my God, this person! I think they're Jewish. They look completely Jewish," and they got like visibly uncomfortable. They were like, "Oh my God, this guy is talking about." First of all, he's talking about Jewish people. Second of all, he's talking about a Jewish look. Oh my God, this is so anti-Semitic.
Oh
And
god.
it's just, yeah, they were really petrified. They're like, you would never say that in Germany, never.
I went to the next city over, which is Manchester, and they're quite a mixed group. And I was walking down the street, and I saw a synagogue, and it was just closing, and all the guys with the curls down the side and the hats walking down the street. I was amazed. I've never seen them outside before. And I was like turning to my friend, going, "Oh my God, did you see that guy?" And she's looking at me, going like, "Stop being racist! Stop being racist!"
It's racist?
A hat and curls is a race, apparently. So.
Well, wait a minute. How could you be called a racist? You're not pure white. I mean, what the hell?
I get something from my friends which is like, "Oh, you're so oppressed. Oh, it must have been so hard for you to come this far. No doubt everyone's been
They're
against
joking,
you the
right?
whole way." No, serious.
So they
Right.
give you sympathy that you don't deserve.
Yeah, that I don't need as well because I've done quite well. So
Like, I'm half Jewish and I'm half Nigerian.
So
Oh.
what?
Nigerian?
White Nigerian.
No, well, black Jew if you want to put it like that.
So
What?
you're Nigerian.
Yes.
Jewgerian. Oh my God.
Nigerian. That's good.
Wait a minute.
That's so good.
You're a black guy.
Yes. I've got an afro. I've got brownish skin.
This whole time you're a black guy and you never told me.
No.
Oh my God, that's crazy. That should be you buried the lead, my man. Yeah, well, that's interesting.
So,
But-
and I don't look. Obviously, I wouldn't look Jewish. So,
Yeah, but I mean, how did your Jewish side end up in Nigeria?
no, well, actually, it was more the Nigerian side came to England
Ah, I see.
because my mother came to Britain as a student and met my dad. And,
Love.
That must have been hard though, because England was very against interracial couplings.
So let me ask you then. Have you ever been called a racist?
Raphael?
once on Twitter. Before then.
Yeah, but see, the Michael Madsen, it doesn't. You're throwing us a curveball with that because we're not going to assume you're black if we.
Yeah, it's funny when that happens because I do criticize on Twitter Black Lives Matter and obviously and everybody else, and strangely enough, I've never been called a racist.
Guys, can I say something about the BML movement? If I say this, I don't think I'll ever be in public office again. But here we go. Fuck Lives Matter. That's what they are.
You say what?
What in the where?
Fuck Lives Matter.
I like how you called it the BM movement, the bowel movement.
That's what they are. They're the Fuck Lives Matter. They don't give a fuck. They're just they're just being jackasses at this point. Like, I understand the issue, but like when those two bitches were on Bernie Sanders.
We're gonna do 4.5 minutes of silence for a black thug, or we're gonna shut this down right now.
And calling the whole crowd racist. And
exactly.
I had to fight through these screaming people to show that my life matters.
Fuck those cons. No offense to the two chicks, but like,
wait a minute.
Fucking cons.
Cunt isn't a bad word in England. Cunt's an okay word.
You've gone from calling women chicks to bitches to cunts. What's next?
I am so not PC, man.
Stop oppressing us with your words.
The thing that really gets me is, have any of you heard of a woman called Linda Sarsour?
No.
Linda Sarsour. Oh, she's she's a Muslim, and she's like, a public, apologist for Islam, and she's there's a picture of her where she does a march with these Black Lives Matter people.
Yeah.
And she has a shirt that says "Free Palestine" on
it. God.
So she's trying to tie in. So there's a parallel between Israel, Palestine, and the whole issue with Black Lives Matter, and it's so annoying.
Does she not realize that her people sold their people to our people 300 years ago?
And it's strange because there's an article, which is 8 years old, and it's talking about arranged marriages within Arab communities in the US. And there's a quote by Linda Sarsour where she says that I want my child to marry an Arab Muslim only. So Black Lives Matter, but I'm not going to marry any of them.
My family actually tried to get me arranged to marry twice on 2 occasions.
What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah, sorry. They tried to hook me up with 2 different guys on 2 separate occasions. One of them was a doctor, and they were proper pushing me, going, "He's a doctor, you should do it, go on, go on." And they set me up at these attack meetings where they just said, "Come over for a coffee," and the guy was already there. With his dad and everything.
That's awkward.
Very awkward.
Can I continue with those 2 bitches? No offense, I'm sorry. No offense. But
the BM movement jumped the shark.
They jumped the shark. They literally did, especially. I can't believe Bernie just let these 2 fucking cunts take over the mic. If that was fucking me, I would give him my piece. I would give him a piece of my mind at the very least.
Well, what's he gonna do? He's a 70-year-old white dude. I mean, what's he really gonna do?
He has to be tactical too. I mean, it's very touchy when he's running for office. He has to be very careful. So.
I'm sorry, but But like when on that shit, he showed his weakness. I'm sorry, he just showed his fucking weakness.
You know, I'm envisioning Dan wearing a wife beater with a plaid shirt with only the top buttoned.
Oh
and
no!
dark sunglasses.
I am the opposite. I am the opposite, man.
I would give so
hate
much
white
money for you. Dan, I would have loved to see you at that Seattle event and just bust in there and just start regulating.
I'm sorry. It's just that Sanders really gave his he showed his weakness. I'm just sorry. I like the guy. I agree maybe with 80% what he says, but like,
You know what I love? Here's what I love, though. These people, they claim to be Americans, right? So these two black girls, they get up there, and then they start bitching about the native Indian tribes in Seattle.
Oh my god, man!
It's like, wait a minute. If you got to take that guilt. If we're going to take that guilt from shit that happened 300 years ago, that's on you too. Now, don't try to claim. If you're an American, you have to absorb that, because that makes just about as much sense as us absorbing that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just dumb. Like stolen land, yeah. Everybody's stolen land, man. It's history. Every land you walked on is stolen land from someone else.
Yeah, exactly. I love the stolen land concept. Like, go look at a map of Africa.
Damn, Devin. You know KRS-One, right?
Yeah.
He's the one that started it. He's the one that said there'll never be justice on stolen land. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah, isn't that that's the sound of the police?
Oh yeah.
Woo. That's a good song.
It is a good song. I do agree with it, but I just don't like KRS-One's simplistic view on it.
Yeah, it's all this black power, black nationalism.
Yeah, exactly.
The country my dad came from, his dad was from Caribbean, so they're like where they stored the slaves. And then the other country that my grandmother came from was a place where they used to like literally hunt down the Aboriginals and then stuff them and bring them back. I don't see how that happening in my family line is supposed to affect me now, no matter how bad it is.
It's very strange. Yeah, it's very strange. Like, morally, what justification do they have? Where's the cutoff?
Yeah,
and especially as well with like mixed race people, how much do you have to dilute it before it doesn't matter anymore?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It should not, like, the statute of limitations should be cut off when everybody
Had a million years.
No, when everybody is dead. Like, say the perpetrators and the victims are all dead.
Right.
I mean, like, as I said earlier, the sins of the father thing is fucking ridiculous.
I think we're seeing that with Germany as well. Like, people go, oh, it only happened 100 years ago, they were slaves. Well, Germany was killing Jews like 70 years ago, and look at them now. They're so good.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans today should not be held in any account to what happened 70 years ago.
Exactly.
Except for the Nazis that are still around, like my
well, of course.
Well, even then, you can't blame them for the deaths.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. You really do have to get hyper-specific. I mean, the average grunt in the German army is not morally culpable the same way that Joseph Goebbels is. It's just not. Yeah. It makes no sense.
There was a book written by a guy called Daniel Goldenhagen, which is called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which pretty much says that every single German in Nazi Germany was guilty in some way of.
How is that possible? No, I mean,
because
of all,
they support, or he argues that they somehow sympathized, or every single.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Well, first of all, how many Germans knew about the Holocaust during the Holocaust?
Yeah,
that's
precisely right.
0.1%.
And then you had people hiding the Jews as well, which obviously isn't pro-Nazi if you're protecting them.
Right.
If you want to go around and bust people for war crimes during World War II, especially in relation to Jews, everybody in Europe is to blame. I mean, talk about Switzerland, talk about the Hungarians, talk about what all these other nations did. The Czech Republic. Yeah, exactly.
Every single country rejected taking in Jews at the time.
They did.
Hey, don't forget Palestine. Don't forget the Grand Mufti, who was an actual Nazi. Man.
And the difference, between, I won't talk about the First World War anymore, but the Second World War, which people call a just war, and I mean fighting like the hardline Nazis, the SS, the hard line, the Kempeitai, the Japanese, yeah, they were very bad, and unfortunately, those wars were that war was still terrible. But today, fighting the Islamists, it's not the same because these people, it's not fighting arbitrarily against people of a country. It's fighting literally people holding ideas, holding horrific ideas.
They're from every country, they're from every background.
Yeah.
The only thing they have in common is the religion.
And I have a huge problem with people saying, talking about, oh, the wars before were better because they had uniforms and we knew who the enemy was. But that was worse because usually the people in the uniforms didn't deserve to die. They were just victims. But in this war, I'd say in history is probably the most just because they themselves are each of them are a willing enemy because of their are a willing participant because of their ideas.
There's some places where I disagree.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, they do have a city, don't they? ISIS have a city, and it's filled with kids who have been brainwashed.
You're right in that case.
Let's say ISIS.
Or the
If ISIS
civilians.
gives you but if they give you the chance of whether or not you're Muslim or they'll kill you, I bet some people will pretend to be Muslim just to live.
You're absolutely right. I'm just
them.
making a comparison. I mean, on the scale, like the moral landscape type of thing.
I do agree if they're a soldier for ISIS, or even in part of helping them, then they are guilty by association in that account.
Yeah, I was just making the point that it's different than the arbitrary. Oh, you have to fight for your country for honor or whatever bullshit. And no, that was horrific. That was terrible. But this war, if I had to be for a war, fighting against somebody, I'm all for fighting against the Islamists. I don't want humanity to go down in the future.
Yeah.
Of course not.
People are
completely rational
scared to give it.
stance.
Well,
I just love the fact that World War II discussions end up being point the finger at the Nazis and let's pretend that nothing else happened during this conflict. It's like
Right.
this is the same phenomenon as calling somebody a racist. Look, I'm pointing my finger over here at a racist. That's the problem. Now, if I'm doing that and barking up enough noise, nobody can address me. Nobody can say, well, wait a minute, I hear what you're saying. I know what you want me to focus on. What about you? What were you doing during World War II? How are you getting off scot-free on this? This is like the best defense is offense is essentially what's happening here. Because people hold terrible ideas, but they think, I'll get away with it if I just besmirch somebody else publicly.
I read a study the other day that the stress that the Jews received during World War II was transmittable through the next generations, but it was 30 people that they did the study on.
Well, wait a minute. They're very intentionally saying don't forget. I mean, this is a generational education that they teach their children. It's like we will never forget, never again. It's indoctrinated into their kids now that they must learn about the grim realities of the Holocaust.
Yeah, I think there's sort of something wrong with that too. I mean,
It's the argument same made with black people and slavery.
Hello.
In a way as well.
Hello.
That the trauma is transmitted through generations genetically. No, seriously, it is.
Okay, but wait a minute. Let me ask you then, because you do not come from slavery. You come from a Nigerian man who was not part of the transatlantic.
Nigerian woman.
Oh, Nigerian woman. Okay. So how do you respond to that? Do you feel? I mean, there were atrocities, I'm sure, that happened to your Nigerian ancestry, but it was done by other black people, so it's not as sexy.
And I'm half Jewish as well, so you've got the Shoah.
No, how do you identify? Do you shun your Jewish history? Do you embrace it? Where are you at with that?
I don't shun it away, obviously, and a lot, and I do, remember the Holocaust and all, the history of Jewish persecution, but I don't primarily identify as Jewish. if you know what I mean.
Do you have an afro or a Jewfro?
No, an afro, proper afro.
Interesting. And so I find it interesting that you got called a racist because of what you said in a Twitter exchange. Now, if they had seen a picture of you, would they have modified their accusation?
I'm pretty sure they would.
And would they have called?
Sure they would not.
Yeah,
they have
but
called
they might
you
say you're a self-hating black.
Yeah, have you
but
been called an Uncle Tom in public, in real life?
No, I've never been called an Uncle Tom.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people called Uncle Toms, but
I find
implied.
I find it strange because there is no term equivalent when you're talking about white people. There's no term that a white person can call a white person that would imply you're a traitor to your race.
Yeah, but the thing is,
why is that term? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the thing is with Uncle Tom, sometimes you get labeled an Uncle Tom for entirely stupid reasons. Like if you're a black man,
every time
that like speaks white, quote unquote, or dresses smart.
So well.
What?
You ever heard that?
Then
Chris
you can
Rock.
get. So you get called an Uncle Tom in relation to acting positively, if you know what I mean. So like you're only really black if you act like the stereotypes of black people, you know.
Right. Because if you
someone can't.
If you assimilate to white culture, then you are playing by their rules, and you're somehow, I don't know, like being subservient to the white man. Whereas if you embrace the subculture of, I don't know, Ebonics or just, you know, whatever lifestyle, hip hop culture, that shit, then now you're independent. Now we can trust you. Now you're one of us.
That's ironic.
It's same done with Muslims as well, because you know Majid Nawaz gets called Uncle Tom or a house Muslim. That's the new term going around.
So you're not allowed. Basically, you're not allowed to have independent thought. That's the lesson, right?
Yeah, you have to go along with the group, the tribe. In other words,
if you have a particular skin color, you have to think this way. That's the thing.
That's the implication behind it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, apostasy is a capital offense, right?
Yeah.
That is racist, though, isn't it? Like you're a skin color, act that way.
Yeah.
Skin color. Yeah, no, I'm completely against that. Like, what's true diversity? Let's say there's 5 white men that all think differently and have very different opinions, or 5 people that are of different genders, different colors, but grew up in the same place, have the same jobs, and think and have very similar opinions. What's true diversity?
Intellectual diversity.
Yeah.
As Gad Saad would say.
Yeah. By the way, I really like Gad Saad.
Devin, did you see the picture I tweeted to you that somebody had taken your lineup and put God's hat on everybody's head? That was really funny.
No, I didn't see that, actually.
Oh, it was so funny.
Really?
Yeah. I can retweet it to you.
Oh, good. Yeah, please. Gad Saad is a legend in his own time. And he has every card you can play. He's got Middle Eastern, he's got Jew, he's got fat, he's got... Speaking of which, what do you guys think about the fat shaming stuff? Because I have a very, very hard-line opinion about it, but I want to hear what you think.
I think it's great. I think it's a good thing. I think people shouldn't shame the fat shamers. I mean, in a lot of cases, they do it to themselves. And if they're going to sit there and complain, like, I'm fat, people treat me wrong, do something about it. Seriously.
I'm very vocal about this. I actually address a lot of healthy at every size adherents on a fairly regular basis, both on Twitter and YouTube, by mercilessly mocking their laziness and stupidity.
Hold on, what is healthy at every size? Somebody help me with that.
Basically, it's a group of people who think that it's okay to be 80 pounds overweight and never walk anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Just love yourself.
But the title of that organization doesn't make sense. How is it healthy to be a huge size?
It's
they
not.
think it is.
It's a misnomer. They think you can be healthy.
Their argument is that you can be skinny and unhealthy too, and so you can't call out, people who are obese and you can't quote unquote fat shame them. I mean that woman, I don't know her name, but she's really kind of stupid. But she came out with this video recently.
Nicole Lava.
Yeah. It was like Dear Fat People, I think, and everybody just freaked out about it. I only watched part of it. I mean, yeah, it was offensive, but it wasn't something to go on and on about how, it was okay to be obese.
Clearly you're biased because you're fat as hell. Have you seen your belly recently?
Yeah.
Have you seen TYT's video on Nicki Minaj? Hang on, not Nicki Minaj, the other one. What's her name?
On what?
The Armenian woman with the fat ass, Kim Kardashian.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's huge now that she's pregnant, and obviously, Christiana is still skinny, but with the belly.
Yeah. They came to her rescue. She was enormous. I mean, her tits at the VMAs. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's insane.
How she's pregnant in her thighs.
Like 2-inch nipples. It was crazy.
You know what I find funny is basically when people still celebrate you for losing a bunch of weight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Mr. Repsion cashed in on that Nicole video as well to get a bunch of views.
I'll state for the record that I love Nicole Arbor. I do too. I saw her follow-up video, which was a thing of beauty. Yep. This woman is funny. She is smart. She has balls, and she's completely right. Now, the only thing you could say is that it's not nice sometimes to be extra harsh to fat people for no reason. Just, I'm going to pick on fat people just in a vacuum. That is harsh. And I will say that if I'm at the gym and I see a fat person trying to not be fat, I would never in a million years think to insult them. I find that
agreed.
I find that commendable, and they're doing something about it, and it's totally not necessary for me to dogpile on them. Everybody knows they're fat. They're trying to do something about it. I commend them. But being fat is shameful. Period. End of story. And that is the harsh reality. Now, this is the same shit. The same pussies have come out of the woodwork, and they blame the messenger. They don't like the message that being fat is unhealthy. It's disgusting. It's shameful. It's not ideal. It is to be condemned.
It could reinforce people if they're fat. If you turn around and say, "Oh, you're perfect the way you are,"
yes,
they're not going to change.
This is enablers.
We're changing the beauty standards here, guys.
It is pathetic. This is the same issue, you guys. Honest to God, swap out Islamic terror, swap out black crime, swap out fat people should be shamed. These are truths. These are realities.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to talk about them because they're toxic, except for she does. And you should watch her follow-up video because it is so much kick-ass in it. I could not believe it. I'm so
impressed. Great.
Nicole Lava.
I just
looked her up.
I'll tell you another good video to watch is Opie and Anthony, the Opie
God, I love them.
guy.
You actually sound like Archer.
They had Jim Norton and a couple other guys, comedians on, and they discussed this whole thing. And some star that has a reality show, she's a fat girl, and she's basically cashing in on her fatness. And she had a bunch to say about this, and they did a really good video on that, the Opie YouTube channel.
She's the one who meets up with fat chubby chasers and sort of like rubs her belly on them and gets money for it.
I don't know. It's a show I would never watch, so I don't know much about it.
Well, I agree with Ricky Gervais on this topic. He has done several programs about what he thinks about fat people, and he's done it in a comedic way, and he is completely right. And he does not, back down. He does not play it safe and say, "Oh yeah, we're all equal. It's all good. Don't worry. I'm not going to say anything critical." No, that's terrible. Why? Let me ask you this: why is there no such thing as cigarette shaming? Smoker shaming. If
we do have that over here.
Oh Jesus! If I saw somebody smoking, that is shameful, and this is harmful to themselves and others. It's unhealthy. It's idiotic. It's not a good thing.
Here's the thing.
The truth.org people do a
fair
job at it.
Oh, yeah.
They could be worse.
They're amazing. But nobody says it's bad to cigarette shame.
And here's the thing. Obesity and obesity-related diseases in America comprise the largest set of our healthcare spending.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Disgusting.
here's the thing. With cigarettes, right, I find anybody who smokes to be a joke. I find them to be weak, cowardly, and disgusting, right? Now, I'm not going around.
Problems.
Right. And now I live in Europe, and so I see smokers all the time. I'm not going up to them being like, you're a fucking joke, says me, an American who's healthy. No. But do you know who I would say it to? If a personal family member of mine, if my girlfriend, if a friend of mine who I actually cared about started smoking, I would be up in their face saying, you're a fucking idiot, stop this immediately.
Yes.
So for me to fat shame would be the nicest thing I could do. In fact,
It's still awkward though, because like all of my bridesmaids are fat, and I feel that I couldn't turn around and say, "Hey, could you kind of lose 200 pounds before the wedding?"
That'd be great.
But that's the thing. All of England is fat. A huge percentage of Germany is fat. America is fat. These are national problems. The Palestinian women are fucking fat as can be.
Really?
They're the third fattest women in the world.
Whoa.
Google that shit. They're huge.
I've heard you say that before. That's just a crazy thing.
Especially since
I mean, not that I don't
people
believe
stop
it, but
Well, we should go into Gaza and kill everybody.
I thought that's what this meeting was about.
I was quoting Sam Harris there for anybody who wants to.
Right.
And Sam Harris did not say that either, so just inside joke.
Somebody actually once got mad at me because I mentioned that I'm not attracted to women that are fat. I
Right.
wouldn't date somebody. Yeah,
So
I was.
Yeah, this is wrong.
What did they call you for
That's
that?
oppression.
No, they just said I was. I forget what it
Gross
said,
and
but no,
racist.
They said no.
Discriminating of the body types.
Yeah,
Like-
I've seen that too. That people are heartless, or they have no empathy, or they think that they're better than everyone else because they aren't attracted to fat people.
But I really do want to get one of these fat shame pussies on the mic and ask them, what is the difference between shaming somebody for smoking and shaming somebody for being obese? Somebody explain to me, and I think this would really put them in a bad spot. I don't think they
Right.
want to take a stand on cigarettes.
I've heard a lot of people say that obesity alone is not a health problem.
it is like
know.
my dad's a doctor, and my dad. I could talk to him. I asked him a bunch of medical questions because it's fascinating. And yes, obesity is not a good thing.
Wait a minute, but even if you took the medical aspect out of this, aesthetically, it's revolting and disgusting.
Yeah.
Now there is something to be said for that. You know, it's like if somebody didn't shower, didn't shave, and was just a disgusting mess all the time, there would be repercussions, would there not?
Yes,
Yeah.
there would
Right.
be. Yeah.
Like technically, there's no major health hazard for carrying yourself in a disgusting, filthy manner, but why are we not allowed to point out, hey, this is not remotely ideal?
And I worked at EB Games for quite a while years ago while I was in university, and most of the customers were great, but sometimes you'd have those people that are unshowered for days, just mess come in and smell, and I would automatically think horribly about them. Like I don't want to associate with them because it's revolting.
My stepbrother is like that. Like he literally has bad breath all the time, and then BO smell.
Oh, God.
It is an awkward situation to be in because it's hard to tell them, but you can't not tell them at the same time.
Well, here's another aspect I want you guys to consider. Why is there no uproar about anorexia shaming?
Oh, there is. I've seen that actually.
What?
Yeah, skinny shaming.
Come on.
Yeah, no,
Skinny
I've seen,
privilege.
I've seen
Yes.
skinny shaming, fat shaming, pretty shaming,
See, this is it.
period shaming.
Now,
Yeah.
see, we live in a world of Tumblr where
Okay,
they've thought of everything at this point.
Yeah.
So the only skinny shaming that I've seen has been a joke at the expense of people who complain about fat shaming.
Mhm.
It is a pointed satire of fat shaming.
No,
but look-
I've seen it being completely serious.
But look, it's a very direct equation here. So if somebody's morbidly obese, the alternate side of that is somebody who's anorexic, who is clearly a detriment to their own self.
Yeah,
Now,
both sides of the coin are very bad.
And if I looked at an anorexic person in public and said, hey, this is terrible, I think this is not a good thing that we're witnessing. This is shameful, what we're seeing. They need to do something to improve their health. Nobody would criticize me for that, would they? You would not
Possibly.
have... no, if I made a video like that, it's not going viral, and people are not going to be like, how dare you accuse anorexic people of being somehow not good.
Well, a lot of the time, people will say, well, you don't know that she's anorexic. You don't know this. I mean, if you know for sure that she is anorexic,
Oh.
even if she looks extremely anorexic.
Women-
I've seen women be like, well, I'm really skinny too, and I always got bullied about it, and blah, blah, blah.
But let me address something. I find it interesting that you automatically went to the female gender. Because you assumed we're talking about women. Because women have a major sensitivity to any criticism that has anything to do with their looks.
Right. I mean, I see it all the time. I don't have a problem with that, but...
But what if the anorexic girl was... I mean, see, I did it right there. What if the anorexic guy was a guy?
Right.
I don't think that would be protected as much. You wouldn't get the white knights coming in. They'd be like, yeah, that guy's kind of fucked up.
Well, because he's a guy, I mean, automatically right there.
Yeah, but like, you guys know Christian Bale.
Yes.
Right.
Sure.
So he does a movie where he loses like 200 pounds.
Yeah.
He's totally emaciated. Now, to me, this is a completely pointless, dangerous, idiotic endeavor. They should have just CGI'd it or not done it. It was unnecessary. It was unsightly. It was stupid. If I criticize Christian Bale for that, I'm not going to get the same, backlash as I would if I'm criticizing the looks of a woman. White guy. Here's a formula for disaster. White straight guy goes online, criticizes woman for her looks. That's not going to go well for you in 2015.
No.
But it's not going to stop me from doing it.
And that reminds me of Jenny McCarthy's sister, Melissa McCarthy. Yeah, I find her repulsive. I don't think she's that funny. And she's always doing movies about, basically, the punchline is that she's fat.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Have you seen her latest film? Spy movie.
No, I haven't.
No.
It is a very, very good movie. In fact, I would say it's a great movie. I did some of the advertisements for it. I did some Photoshop for it, and it is really an amazing film. Really funny. I laughed out loud a dozen times. I would fully recommend it. I think Rotten Tomatoes gave it like a 98% or some shit.
Yeah,
Rotten Tomatoes. It's seriously a good movie.
I was really surprised to hear that because, in the just a few months before it came out, I just saw it as I didn't know anything about it. I saw the post and I thought, what is this? This is going to be like junk.
Like Tammy or something.
Yeah. Tammy is shit. Spy movie is seriously magic, and it's because of the writing, it's because of the casting, it's because of the directing. It is seriously a fabulous movie, and everybody listening to this must stream it or torrent it immediately.
I'll look. Yeah, I'll watch it. Plus, I like
this one.
I like what's her name, Rose Byrne.
Trust me, you must try. And the guys in it, Jude Law and
Jude Law.
What's his name? The transporter.
Statham.
Statham. Excellent. Statham's comedy was amazing. These British people are just infused with comedy.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the movie Dear White People?
No, I don't.
I've seen the trailer.
I saw a snippet of it. What'd you take from it?
Well, we watched it last week, and it was
embarrassing.
It was so bad. It actually got high ratings, which we were really surprised about.
You know what I love about that? Go ahead.
Does anybody remember when MTV used to actually do music? Because I don't.
The 80s, man.
Dear Black People?
Yeah.
You guys do Dear Black People?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
But yeah, no, the whole movie is like this girl who has this radio show about, dear white people, and she's just criticizing white people the whole time and criticizing black people who are trying to, who hang out with the white people and stuff. I mean, it was so horrible.
But you know what I love?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
I love the fact that it's hosted by this chubby, Filipino-looking dude. So you have this Asian guy who we're supposed to assume is somehow not possible that this guy could be racist. And it's like Cenk and Anna Kasparian. They think that because they're not either black or white, they're somehow above all of this. They're they float in on a cloud like some marriage counselor, and they're like, let me tell you guys about racism. Oh my God, what fucking country is this guy from? Let's do a Wikipedia search on the racist history of that country. I mean, Asian people are more racist than everybody else.
Yeah.
But isn't Cenk white? Turkish people are white.
Cenk?
Yeah, Turkish people are white.
No, he's more black than white. You guys claim him. I'm not having him.
He's Caucasian. Like, I sent you a tweet today. Like, Arab people, most of them are Caucasian. They're considered Caucasian by the census.
Well,
our definitions of our definitions of this are completely fucked up. Like people, like there are only 3 races, and so oftentimes when people are talking about interracial, about racist conflicts, they're talking about like people of the same race, like Palestinians and Jews.
Well, let me ask you.
And like,
I hear these hyper liberal people, and it's always a white person, where they say, "I just don't even think race is a thing. Race is a social construct. What the fuck?"
This is something I really hate because it's obviously a thing. There are genetics, there are genes, gene pools, and haplotype
But
groups.
those differences are minute.
Yeah, but they're not inexistent, which is the thing that bugs me. It's
Wait a minute. What was it? What's his name? The Londoner, Reading.
Raphael, I think.
Raphael. Your hair and my hair is not a minute difference. But
Marshall Law has passed an old Chapman. I just listened to the.
But I've never heard a black person say this. I've never heard a black person say race is not a real thing.
When Martial scored.
Yeah. That outmanned him and then he Dixon.
Has anybody else ever heard that?
Yes!
oh no,
I've heard people say that race is not a thing.
The second tier of the. This is the first Anthony Martial.
What is going on?
Having a conversation with
Like a
someone.
goal was scored.
I think Montana had a few quid on the. Montana had a few quid on my child score this day.
Oh my god.
When you're a bit.
Chelsea just scored. I don't know. He had some money on it. Paddy Power. So Maddie.
A lot of times when people,
No.
Maddie, is race a real thing?
No.
Of course, I think that a lot of times what people are saying is that when we look at these broad classifications, they don't, and the terms that we have for different races, oftentimes they don't map with what's going on. Sometimes they don't map with who's the guy in yellow?
Yeah.
That money they gave me £5.
He's talking about betting. He's a chronic gambler. This is the down.
Could somebody mute him or something?
Yeah, I'll mute him.
I don't know how. Sorry.
Okay, so I think what they're saying, oftentimes the definitions that we have for race don't necessarily map with biological reality. For example, Rashida Jones is not black, right? And there are these social, but like the fact is there are different groups of people who have different genetic makeups, and those things are a reality, and they do create differences when it comes to their strength, size, different cognitive abilities.
Everything, of course. But
everything. If you look at the fact that you're living in Germany right now, right?
Yeah,
and when you first moved, you went to Argentina. Those are drastically different environments.
Totally.
For technology, for probability. What's going on with this guy? Why is he not mute?
I think he muted himself.
I muted him.
Thank you. The probability of you surviving in those environments with your genotype or my genotype is going to be drastically different.
Of course.
I can't believe that. It's retarded to believe that these environments that we evolved in over thousands of years will produce the same, cognitive abilities, the same speed, the same anything you could think about, everything.
But this is like a word game again. This is like just a semantic thing. Hold on, he's back.
Apparently, like a social construct is supposed to lessen the importance of it.
Hold
I
on.
didn't know we could mute each other.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
You're wielding the power. Well, here's the thing.
He's probably still talking as well.
Oh, what was the thing?
Sorry. Wait, I just tried to unmute it. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, everyone.
I'm back.
Hello.
That was crazy. I just got put in my place by a pregnant woman.
Someone muted me.
That was really.
Argue with the pregnant woman.
I know. I got stopped in my tracks, man. That was
Yeah, buddy.
a moment of self-reflection there.
You didn't think about that one.
Well, the fans have spoken, man. This is what the women of the world have to say to me.
I believe that accompanies a check your privilege.
Oh God, I got muted in my own hangout. That's so awesome.
Yeah, but what you were?
Continue.
I don't think we got anything of what you just said.
Yeah. So Here's the thing: the words don't matter. If the word race makes you feel uncomfortable because it's like, well, we're the human race and all this shit, there are major differences. Major differences between
group, whatever.
And like here to make it easier for people who are all sort of paranoid about racism, between white people there are vast differences between the genetics of white people. So when I go to Hungary, the Hungarian people do not look anything like the German people. The Russian people, you should hear German people talk about Russian people. They think they're fucking Neanderthals. They're like, they say Russian people's heads are shaped differently. They literally have weird-shaped craniums.
There are lots of differences as well, apart from like the looks. There are genetic problems that are more prevalent among different races.
Like diseases, even. I mean, the fact that we can't talk about these things, it's setting science behind. Because there are like a lot of questions that should be addressed, that should be explored, but they can't even propose them because, you know, that's racist to even question whether there are differences in like height or athletic abilities or processing between different groups of people. So
scientists are literally fired for this. Like, you can get fired just for looking at the differences between races.
Exactly. But like, imagine somebody from within the black world. Imagine somebody from Somalia and their similarity to somebody from South Africa. You know, Shaka Zulu. If Shaka Zulu flew in and landed in Somalia, he'd be like, "Who the hell are these aliens? Let me kill these people."
Yeah,
or
like the 1994 genocide, Rwanda.
Exactly, racist.
Yeah.
Racist. But even more important.
Well, it's like intra-racial though. Like it's like we need a term for sub-race almost, right? Like we need a term for it because that to me is like the more pertinent problem.
Well, what's more important than these biological differences is cultural differences. It's the ideas. It's the upbringing, the intellectual thoughts that are, you know, operating on their hard drives. That's the problem. So that's why when we say we're against Islam, it has nothing to do with race. It's the culture of Islam we're against.
Yeah, and that's why I worry about, like, maybe it's actually helping ISIS and the Islamists win with all these immigrants spreading from the Islamic world because it's spreading Islam, and that's their goal. Their goal is to...
And even further, if I criticize the black community in America for having so many black criminals, I'm criticizing the culture within black America that produces that.
Oh, I'm talking about this.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm not criticizing black people in Germany who don't commit crimes at this level, who are going to school and college and you know, living normal lives. They're not criminal.
Well, it's like if there's a problem in... Sorry. Do you want to go? If there's a problem with China, and China have a problem with like people being run over in the street, and you say to Chinese people, stop doing that, I don't see how that's racist.
Or
wait
for
a
example,
minute. It depends. Who said it? What race was the person who said it?
Yeah.
White. We'll just say white.
Auto racist.
Yeah. Or if someone criticizes gun culture within white America, I mean, it's not racist towards white people if you say that.
Right, exactly. You know what I love? The Young Turks just did a video on 9/11, no less, about not Muslim terrorism, not the event in remembrance. No, it was about some Sikh guy got beaten up in Chicago. Now they've apprehended the guy who did it. Now we don't know if he's white or black, but I guarantee you, there's a strong chance he was black. And if he was black, they would never have done the story. If they had a picture of the assailant, they would not have done the story if that assailant was black. I guarantee it.
Yep.
There was once a story in England about an anti-Muslim incident that happened where a Muslim woman, you know, with the headscarf got like beaten up, and the person who did it was black, not white. At first it wasn't reported as a specific anti-Muslim hate crime or whatever. It wasn't even a hate crime in the first place.
Did you see my video that I did about Jank reading from the graphic, talking about hate crime?
Yeah.
The hate crime groups.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Billy found that somewhere and sent it to me, and whenever I saw it, I knew I had to send it to you. I didn't think you were going to make it. Yeah.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Yeah. That's why on it you had said like some guy sent this to me, and in the comment I said I'm some guy.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah. No, I thought it was
Devin,
funny.
when you're talking about cultural superiority, now what's funny is that I can say the American culture in 2015 is superior to American culture in the 1700s. Why? Because we respect women, because blacks have rights, because we're not misogynist, we're not homophobic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, if you compare our culture now to some like other culture, it becomes racist or homophobic. It becomes racist for like the exact same reason that you say this culture is superior to its own culture in the past. It's absurd. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like in Nigeria, in the northern parts, there's Sharia law.
Muslims.
Yeah,
There's
the law.
slavery still as well.
Well, in
In
some
Nigeria, no,
African
I don't think
countries.
so. Not in Nigeria. I mean,
Not in Nigeria, but in
not
like
widespread, no.
Mauritania has
Well,
slavery
sex
stuff as well.
sex slavery they got.
Thanks
Yeah.
to
That's
ISIS.
terrible.
Kidnapping. What is it? Kidnap weddings?
Bring back our
Yeah.
girls.
Who was recently? Somebody was criticized for as racist for criticizing Islamic Pakistani rapists.
There you go.
Nice. That's a stretch. How did that work?
It was the woman who criticized was the what the hell's her name? Kate Brooks. Kate Brooks was the one, the fat purple whale.
Oh
Wait,
gosh.
Yeah, I got to look into her more. What else has she done? Because she seems like a treasure of bad.
Oh,
that
she
was a
is
highlight.
awful. She is awful.
And also, you know that in that debate about free speech, on her side, there's a guy called Tim Squirrel, who. And, no, seriously.
I can't take him seriously.
And he's talked about how Charlie Hebdo were racist towards Muslims, and basically people like him make me scared about my generation because we're like similar ages, if people like him make him fear for my generation, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, they're a generation of pussies, right?
Sorry.
Oh, there's a woman.
Generation of pussies when it comes to standing up for like free speech and real liberal ideas.
Generation Pussy. That should be the name of this generation.
Oh,
Pussies.
definitely.
Of pussies.
Yeah, not millennials. It's Generation P.
And get this, the worst, because it's people my age who are the progressives.
Well, I was born in '86. I was born in '86, and there's another woman, a woman that calls herself a journalist, that was born the same year as me, and she is she's what's her name? Oh, fuck. Lori.
Generation P.
Lori Penny. That's it. And I love when she was put in her place by Dave Starkey. Dave Starkey was yelling at her on stage and calling her a brat.
I saw somebody tweeting about that. I haven't actually seen anything, but I saw someone talking about it the other day.
Send me a link if you can. I love how you said she calls herself a journalist.
That was perfect.
It's so true, man. The name journalism. I mean, seriously, like when you go into a store, if you go into Kinko's or some place that does printing, and you try to make business cards, there's nobody that's going to stop you from calling yourself whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
Like there should be an armed guard there, like some guy from like Mossad or something. It's like, wait a minute, before you're going to call yourself a journalist, who the fuck are you?
No, see, I went to 4 years of journalism school, and just the people. Well, actually, it started out with like 60-something people, and it went down like I think 23 people graduated. But the point, overall point is that so many of the people there were these regressive assholes.
Yeah, I mean that's all of college, though. Right?
Yeah.
Who in college is not that?
I have a buddy who I sent your remix of the Sam Harris thing to, and he was telling me that I think he goes to OU, and he was in a what was it, like progression of humanity class or something, and and he was telling me that they had like a full class having a debate about whether or not burqas were good for women,
Oh God.
and they were,
Burger?
and
Did
he
you
was
say burgers?
Becca?
No,
Burqa.
everyone knows
Rebecca.
burgers are good for women, but burqas,
Oh, burkas. I thought you
yeah.
said
You know, in their sad, twisted little minds, I'm sure the Islamic fundamentalists really think that burqas are protecting their women,
From
but
sun damage. You
Oh
gotta
well, it's protecting the men, isn't
I
it?
think the
From-
Beckers actually raise the chance of being raped. The more conservative you dress, the more likely you are to be raped.
Huh.
Wow.
So, a modestly dressed woman, it sort of tells the rapist that they're not going to fight back.
right.
Huh.
Well, apparently it stems back to when they had to go to the outhouse and they would just walk out into the desert and squat and take a deuce. And the guys would
Portable outhouse.
the guys would swing by and just rape them. And so they're like, yeah, we gotta
Waiting, hiding in the
put an
dirt
end
with
to that.
camo.
Hey,
Oh, there's
there's-
another one. Let's get her.
I mean,
Speaking of Jeremy Corbyn, guess who's a supporter of Jeremy Corbyn?
Daniel Radcliffe.
C.J. Werleman.
Lori Penny.
Russell Brand.
Yeah,
Fuck that
no,
asshole. I hate him.
Daniel Radcliffe just came out like talking about his support for Jeremy Corbyn and whole articles being written about it and stuff.
My boyfriend is like insanely obsessed with Jeremy Corbyn. He thinks he's like the greatest thing ever.
Oh God, send me a speech of his. I want to hear what this guy's about.
My boyfriend is Jeremy
There was a incident like a few years ago where he referred to Hamas as a social justice movement, and that's a direct quote. Yeah.
Hamas.
Yes.
Yes.
Hamas.
Yeah.
Didn't he call them
Oh,
our
English
friends?
language.
Don't get me started on Jew shit.
Oh yeah, I saw somebody on Facebook the other day because I swear my Facebook is just full of these regressives, and there was a post that said the Holocaust lasted 11 years. White Jews were compensated more than $24 billion. American slavery lasted 275 years. Black people got $0.
Who compensated the Jews?
I don't know. I looked it up a little bit, and all of the money that was given to them was so that they could like build an economy and get back.
Well, let's just get to the statute of limitations. Like, how do you propose to go about accomplishing reparations, and then how far do we go back with every slaughter group? Like, reparations is like one of the dumbest fucking concepts around. Like, how are you
Right.
gonna calculate that amount of money? Like, what are you gonna? So, okay, if you would have this plan, you would have made Facebook, you would have made this company. You would like, how do you? I think it's just retarded.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
Yeah.
gonna solve all the problems. Giving black people in
Give us
America
money.
Yeah, that'll.
What hasn't
Yeah.
that already happened?
Throw money.
Dave Chappelle had a great skit about that. Have you seen that?
Uh-uh.
The Dave Chappelle reparation skit? Where he's giving like a shitload of. You should check it out.
I
does he
saw
s-
it years ago. I forget about it.
What happens? Does he spend it like a rapper or like a sports star or something?
No, it's like everybody gets the money, so it's like. I mean, it's been a while, so I don't want to do it injustice. But just watch
Okay.
it.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
Speaking about
But, like,
reparation, there's a guy. There's actually a guy that's lauded by the regressive ideologues that named Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he's nauseating. Have you heard of him?
No.
You look him up. He'll nauseate you. And
He sounds
Yeah.
almost as bad as Tim Squirrel.
Ta-Nehisi Coates. Oh, I hate the guy.
With a name like Tallahassee, you're gonna
Yeah, I
need
was about
some
to
Pepto-Bismol.
say.
Do you know what I want?
Horrible name.
I want to see some of my Canadian fans, non-regressives. I want to see some of them go up against some of the Canadian pussies.
Like
'Cause
that.
I want to see some Canadian on Canadian violence.
It's called hockey.
Yeah, right.
I actually don't like hockey.
What is
But
wrong with you?
Somebody needs
People
to.
are beating each other with sticks.
I want to see one of you people spank the Canadian atheist or Paris Marx. Take them out.
oh, I hate that guy. Fucker. Speaking of, where I live in Edmonton, there's like our politicians are really like the city politicians are really stupid idiots. They waste so much money, and they just everything they do it gets fucked up because they don't think ahead. And the immigration, like you see so many women with hijabs and burqas walking on the streets.
Hey Graham,
So
you're in
edgy.
Edmonton, right?
Yeah.
Can you walk up to the
Feminist, right?
Canadian atheist and bitch slap him?
I have to find one of the oil patches he's on.
I love that insult. That would have worked like 80 years ago. Like you wouldn't laugh at the oil patch.
Get a leather driving glove, carry it around with you, and when you see him, you just slap him across the face with it.
Yeah, with his roses on his arm, he won't be hard to spot if I do see him.
He doesn't know that he's lost either. That's the beautiful part about it. Like he's still trying. He's still like, I'm gonna win this thing.
Yeah.
He has a Dodge Charger, so he's already won, Devin.
Oh,
Or whatever.
sending me pictures with his like hunting rifle. Unbelievable.
I saw him as more of a Prius guy.
Yeah.
You think working at the oil patch gets him laid? You think that like at the local bar, he mentions the oil patch chicks and they just like drop their panties?
There are actually a good amount of women that do work on the oil patch, nowadays at least.
Dude, I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by the oil patch. The oil patch has taken over my life. I want there to be a soap opera of just called The Patch. You know? I want
Can someone give me a summary of what the oil patch is?
Yeah, like you know, HR romances and fights and.
Well, the oil,
dude. It could.
Is this just like a place where they drill for oil? I don't.
yeah,
No,
it's,
Is it just a rig?
Well, but the original story was I was having a debate with this Canadian atheist, and we were having this sort of like insulting each other thing, and he says, "Oh yeah, you're not a man. You wouldn't last a day on the oil patch."
Right.
That was his insult to me.
Is that the job site? I don't. Is that like a real term that they use to describe the
oil
job site?
rig
I don't
site,
get it.
oil patch. I think that's what it's out.
Is that like a Canadian thing? I don't. I've
No,
never
I
heard.
think it's in North America. Like
I know.
just
I feel like they would call it a rig and not a patch.
It's
Yeah.
called a rig over here.
I think the rig is the actual working tools, but the patch is the land, all the land that's owned by the company.
Right.
So
They
basically,
get the
Like
oil.
the site, the job site
Yeah,
that they're.
the job site, yeah.
Yeah, but when I hear the term patch, I think cabbage patch. So
Yeah, I think
Yeah, that's just
My-
a funny word.
My point is, the guys who work on these oil sites pumping oil, they're strong kind of alpha type dudes. They wouldn't use an effeminate term like patch.
Right. That's what I mean. Like.
yeah, the
I
landing
have
strip.
lots of relatives in Kentucky that are in coal mining and all that, and I've just never heard a patch.
Right.
They would
Just
use
doesn't-
rig. It's short, it's to the point, it's got a hard R and a solid G at the end. It's a big
Right on.
Rig does
Jump
sound-
to
Dennis,
What?
what if there is no oil patch?
Drove my Mack truck to the rig.
It doesn't sound like a contraceptive.
You should have seen him, man. I was having a Twitter war with the Amazing Atheist last night, or 2 nights ago, and he's trying to get in on it, and he's like tagging the Amazing Atheist. He's like, hey, notice me, everybody, notice me. He's like so desperate to get subscribers. It's amazing.
Notice me, senpai.
Yeah.
But
And then
did
he
you
has
say
the,
like everyone agrees with his other videos except for the ones on you or something?
yeah, like the
Whatever.
the
like,
Amazing
yeah,
Atheist is
Never seen
incapable of
any of
being
his
wrong.
videos.
his channel has 27,000 views overall. Like 80% is hate watching.
I
His
see.
his first video has 10,000 views. This guy thinks he's like an internet sensation. You know, he's viral. You know, it's like, Lord, and he has the nerve to like try to say I am a small channel. Like he does this thing where it's like,
Oh, the
right.
little circle thing.
God.
Yeah.
yeah, how dare I not be as big as the Amazing Atheist?
Oh,
What am I?
my.
Green.
And it's like, dude, my videos on YouTube have been seen over 10 million times. Like I'm doing okay. You know, it's like,
The quality of the fans, I mean, I think there's something to be
Oh.
said for that.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
The Amazing
Man,
Atheist fans,
that-
come on.
That video of people talking about the Rue, that that chubby guy that was pretty much like the 420 memes, like you know,
That guy.
5 or 6 years later.
He was name calling you like he had no argument.
The proportionality of him in that room he was in, it was as if he just ate one of the mushrooms from Alice in Wonderland.
He had like the fisheye camera in one on.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
One of my favorite parts of the whole video was someone saying that, you know, Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins wouldn't agree with you if they were both alive.
Right.
If
that was a bad
Dawkins were
moment.
still alive, he would be agreeing with me.
What's great is that
But, I mean,
all these stupidity on display for the world, right? Before we never ever see this shit, but like now, like these people post videos on YouTube, like it's up there for everybody. Sorry to see.
Well, all I know is that guy was classic when he was like, and then you know what he wrote to me? He said, "I'm not a good YouTuber. I'm the best YouTuber."
Yeah.
And then
I thought that was hilarious.
And then I blocked that fucker. All these people, they're just enraged that I blocked them. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Sorry. Would
No,
you be
talk.
able to go after Atheism Plus?
I thought they're dead and
They're
buried.
dead.
I think they're alive. And, yeah,
They're still
that's the
dead.
movement.
Are they?
If they're alive, I will beat them with a shovel that I buried them with. But you know what I love about the Drunken Peasant fans is that it's at the point where I'm on Twitter. Here's my eyeballs. Okay, I see a new notification. I look at the icon. If the icon has an anime, if it's anime, I am hovering over the block button. Okay, it's like 99% chance I'm blocking that guy.
Like 14 followers.
What about My Little Pony?
My Little Pony's an auto ban too. Yeah. The bronies. I love the one.
Yeah.
Bronies.
The one of the bronies was like, "Dude, what's wrong with being a big fan of what's wrong with being a brony?" And I just simply retweeted it. I retweeted it and just took 3 paces backwards and stared at my screen because there's nothing to say to that.
In their defense, they're the only other group aside from gamers to stand up to feminists and not back down.
Well, you know what I love? I was researching the other day because they keep talking about the KKK, which has 5,000 members. You know how many bronies there are in the world? I am not kidding. Millions. And I am not kidding. It's millions.
I was going to guess 20,000. I was just going to guess 20,000. I thought that was a high guess.
It depends on how you classify brony, because a fan of My Little Pony versus a clopper. A clopper is somebody who masturbates to My Little Pony.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I can't believe you know this stuff.
Howard Stern really did an awesome thing on it with that. Wolfie went out and that was hilarious.
Dude, BronyCon, man, BronyCon is one of the best events. When is it? Because that's got to be a
Devin, please.
national holiday.
I took
Refocus your attention.
I did a cosplay.
Dude, I'm going to change my channel to be all BronyCon coverage all the time.
Well, I'm out, guys.
I took my friend's kids to a cosplay. Do you know the Comic-Con where you dress them up? I made them My Little Pony costumes, but they're like 9, so it's fine.
That's cute.
That's appropriate.
Yeah,
Guys were trying to take pictures of them, like Brony guys. They were all gathering around them and getting the phones out. We had to shoot them.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm sure the kids enjoyed it anyway.
But you know what, though? But bronies are like the Mormons of the weird, dorky, nerd fetish subculture. They're harmless. They're pathetic, but they're harmless.
My best friend is my hero in regards to bronies. He managed to live an entire summer. He's an animator. He lived an entire summer animating brony fetish porn for bronies.
Oh my god.
Was he paid for this, or was this a hobby?
He was paid for it by people who were commissioning his work.
Hey, Josh, tell me more about your, quote, friend who did that.
He's my best friend. He's an animator. He goes to school in Missouri.
Yeah.
He's there right now. He's graduating this year.
Okay. Well, highly suspicious.
I can't draw for shit. It's not me. Trust me.
Okay.
Devin, you work remotely, right? So you can work from anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
What would it take to send you to some of these places?
Well, here's an announcement. I got some breaking news for you guys. I will be going to the state of Nevada, the city of Las Vegas, for the month of November and into December.
Awesome.
And I invite
job related.
No, life related and Conor McGregor related. Now, I'm going to be going there to see the UFC, but I'm going to hang out and I'm going to ask any of my hardcore flying monkeys if they want to come and hang out and touch me and massage me. They're more than welcome to do it.
If only I could. If only I could travel right now.
Yeah, daycare. Now, so yeah, we'll go out, we'll get drinks, we'll gamble, we'll do Vegas type shit. We'll take pictures, and it'll be fun.
Stop by Oklahoma on your way back.
If your name's Muhammad, you're out. If you have an anime icon, you're out. But aside from that, let's do it.
Have you spent any time on the East Coast, Devin, at all?
No, I was born in New York, but aside from that, I don't have much incentive to go out there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I'm a weather pussy. I'm from LA. You know, I try to avoid any harsh climate. So, I mean, what is the big draw? East Coast. What city?
Tosh has a really funny joke about that. Like,
what is it?
Something about you know, how you've given up or your life is not. I forget how he puts it exactly, but it's pretty funny about the West Coast. You know, and that's where you should be.
I just Carlin puts it. Carlin says the West Coast is a small woman saying "fuck me," the East Coast is a large man saying "fuck you."
Yeah.
I like the East Coast more than the West Coast.
What city?
Florida.
Yeah, but see, Florida.
That's not East Coast. That's not East Coast. East Coast is like Northeast when people say East Coast.
But Florida is its own category.
It's a different thing.
Florida is its own country, pretty much. I mean, the shit that goes on in Florida is unique to Florida.
I do prefer the West Coast.
No, honestly, here, let me ask you guys a question. Name a state in America that is similar to Florida at all. I'm talking about the people, the culture, what happens.
Michigan. Michigan.
Michigan?
Yeah, it's got like a weird, certain parts of Michigan, like when it comes to like the conservative religious part.
Oh, man.
And
how about,
I don't know.
How about Have you been to Dearborn?
Yeah.
Well, the Arabs. Yeah.
I just passed through. Like I haven't really spent any time there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But isn't it like the most Muslim city in the world? I mean, sorry, city in America, not in the world.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Istanbul on that one.
No, it's the most Muslim city in America, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think the most Muslim city in the world would have Muhammad in its name 3 times.
London is beginning to have Muhammad as the most popular child name.
That sucks.
I know.
Yeah, it's true. Though.
But for those that are in Europe, are you guys really worried about the future for you and your children?
I am.
And she has no children.
I do have children.
Say what?
I have a daughter.
What? Wow.
But 75% of the refugees are young men, and
right.
we all know that's just what you want, right? Like what? Like these men don't have any family. Like they just leave their families, the women, the children.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Or maybe they want to get asylum and then bring the children.
Oh, I'm sure they're great guys.
Let me ask you a question about your daughter then.
Okay.
In 10 years from now, 12 years from now, she comes up to you and she admits one of the following 2 things. Which would you prefer she admits? One is, I'm a coke addict. I'm into cocaine big time. And the second is, I'm a Muslim.
Muslim, because I could probably talk her out of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The coke thing really destroys your brain, doesn't it?
Yeah, that becomes like a physical habit.
Religion? Wait, religion doesn't destroy your brain?
Well,
yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Not physically.
It's a tough one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want her to come up. Okay, if I had a child and they came up to me, ready to go out with a suicide vest on. Oh, by the way, I'm a Muslim. I'd rather them be a coke addict in that sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Just a normal Muslim. That's easy to get rid of.
Yeah.
Was that you, Devin, that did the? I don't know if you've just followed them or if you made a video, but something about a white girl, like this white redheaded girl who converted to Islam and told her mom. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there was I think I just subscribed to her. She made some
Right.
ridiculous videos about.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty sad. There's a couple like really autistic-y types who are converts to Islam, and they have YouTube channels, and it's.
right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like
Impressive.
beating. It's like it's beating a dead horse. But I mean, somebody's got-
How are you going to convert to Islam in, Indiana or whatever? I don't know. I don't understand.
But speaking about ridiculous, you know that woman, that Muslim woman on the airplane that she was a flight attendant and she refused to serve alcohol?
Mhm.
Did you guys heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the flight attendant wasn't Muslim. The person was who
No,
wanted
that
the
happened
Coke,
too.
right?
Oh no,
No, this is a new story.
the news story.
Oh, a new one. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that one.
She's a flight attendant, and because she was complaining that she's being discriminated against because she does not want to serve alcohol because of her Islamic beliefs.
Mm.
And
Even though she's not drinking it? I
This
mean,
is like
are
a
they
Kim
not?
Davis situation.
yeah, like that. And
Who exactly is twisting your arm and making you be a flight attendant? Find another
Yeah.
job.
Why not be a pilot or be anything else?
Yeah, but I do not want to see hijabs on my airplane. I'm sorry. Like this.
I would go looking for the
Isn't Abercrombie
emergency
like Louis
escape hatch.
But it's simple. It's part of the job. Either you do it or you don't.
Can you imagine? You walk into the plane and you look into the pilot area and you're like, the guy's got a full-on Muslim beard, like down to his like belly button, and you're just like, oh Jesus Christ! It's like Anjem Chowdhury.
And the pilot has a burqa.
Nobody panic, but the pilot is
Yeah.
wearing a turban and has a full beard.
well, it's not a turban,
The
that
skies are
kind of
clear.
hat thing. Yeah, and they're wearing the Muslim the clerics wear.
So
And they're doing prayers.
We do.
Yeah.
They're on their knees doing prayers.
Yeah, and they have the rugs in the cockpit.
and they play
Scary thought.
and they play the nasheeds in the background.
Call it a prayer before we take off.
Something I've seen a
Yeah,
lot
I
is
feel like I need to get off right now.
do you know why you have Arabic translated videos and they put the English at the bottom?
Yeah.
I've seen a few people put in, so it's a normal Islamic thing where they do the prayer, and I know the prayer, and then they've got at the bottom that we should kill the infidels. So they're basically lying with the subtitles. So I don't know what to think about that, because
Well, that's a shame, but I mean, at least we have that memory who are pumping those things out and just they can't crank them out fast enough because they can't believe what's being said in the Muslim world, the Arabic world.
Well, especially about Israel and the Jews. I mean, some of the most, you talk about like racist or bigoted things, the things that can like go on TV in Palestine and like other Arab countries, it's terrible.
What do you guys think about the women of the IDF?
Love.
You approve, huh?
We approve.
Does that
I
change your
remember-
stance on the Israel issue?
Made my stance a lot more hard.
Actually, yes.
You're a hardliner on it.
I'm a
I
hardliner
remember-
on it.
I was
I
on the
remember.
fence.
Actually, my brother's not going to listen to this, but it's weird. My brother is not like me at all. He's a very ultra right-wing person.
Peter Hitchens.
No, I think he'd say Peter Hitchens is. He calls the people on Fox News neocons. They're not right enough for him. And in his place, in his room, he has the what's it called? That flag that was taken down. I know what it's called.
The
It's just-
Confederate flag?
Yeah, it was just blocked in my mind. Yeah, he has that in his room as well as the Bonnie blue flag. And I
Why?
talked to some of my American friends in Washington, and they didn't even know what the Bonnie blue flag is. It's a southern.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either.
Like,
I'm
neither do
not
I.
American.
What is a Canadian? What is a Canadian doing with a Confederate flag?
Well, he's very much he loves the Civil War and he's very much in favor of the South.
Okay, but let me ask you, because I detect sexual dysfunction.
Well,
No, does this
As far
man,
as I-
does he have a girlfriend?
does he have
No.
a good argument?
As far as
for
I
the
know-
South?
As far as I know, he does not. No.
Exactly.
But when you say like he is racist, like he's not the fake racist. No, he is racist. Like he's an actual
Yeah.
racist.
But I think it's pretty much a guarantee that if you are a Canadian who has a Confederate flag hanging in your room, you are getting zero tail. Zero. Because he has no sense of identity. He has no self of esteem. He's got no power. So he's got to latch onto some power.
He loves
So,
Pat Buchanan, and
Oh.
I was reminded of this because he's very, and he's also kind of he hates Israel. He does not like the Jews,
What?
and yeah, he doesn't like the Jews,
The fuck?
that's kind
and
of weird.
he hates Richard Dawkins, and he thinks it's weird that. Well, he thinks that Richard Dawkins is a religion in himself, and he thinks atheists are idiots. He thinks
Wait a minute.
he doesn't
him-
believe in
him-
evolution.
He's all over the
Him and
place.
CJ Wellman will get on.
He does not believe in
Christian?
evolution. No, he's not particularly religious, but he doesn't believe in evolution. He thinks scientists are just making it up. He says
And your dad's a pathologist, and his
Oh,
son
my.
my
doesn't
dad's
believe.
my dad's a pathologist. Yeah,
And
Wow.
his son doesn't
How
believe
does
in
this
evolution.
happen? Like, how does the two of you happen?
and I've had many arguments with him about. He says he keeps saying, Graham, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. And I try to I don't know how many times I've explained to him the difference.
Gravity.
A layman theory. Okay, I get over. I like say I just explained to him the difference between a layman theory and a scientific theory, and guess what he says next? Graham, it's just a theory. It's just a theory.
What does he believe instead?
I think he doesn't know. He hasn't really said what he believes. I don't think he believes in creationism either, but he doesn't believe in evolution.
Aliens
Okay.
did it.
You
he's
gotta
like-
just
And he says,
disown.
"Oh, the scientists just have their magical millions of years. They have the magical thing millions of years, and he just doesn't get it. It just frustrates me." And another thing I remind, because he's very much against women in the military.
What?
He says that only a sick nation would have women in the military. Only a sick society would send women to war.
I'm
Wow.
against women in the military.
Allow me to interject.
Wait, does he mean in combat or in military? Those are two different things. Like, those
Well,
are two very...
He's against both.
I think there's legitimate
that's
case to be
stupid.
made for against women in combat.
Yeah.
Like I think that there are legitimate cases to be made against that, and I don't think it has to be a far right wing like make that case. When the
Well,
military,
no,
is
he's
like,
not-
they're
Not on the ground. He's against it on the grounds of not on the grounds that men are stronger, but on the grounds that women need to be protected and
Okay.
women need to be treated differently.
That's sexist.
Yeah. No, he's not on. It has nothing to do with strength or anything like that. He says that society has to protect women, and
Go tell that
This is
to
your
the
brother?
Kurdish.
Around your age? Or?
my brother is 26. No, 20.
there's no
Yeah, 26.
So in other
age
words,
of hope.
So are you guys close in age? I mean, how did he go so differently?
I don't know. He's so
Than you.
different than me.
Right.
And
Different friends,
I have-
probably.
I have dark hair, a dark straight hair, and he has blonde curly hair. Very.
Wait, are you suggesting that your mom maybe was little on I was messing around.
I have no idea.
blonde hair is a recessive trait, though.
My daughter has ginger hair.
Oh,
I don't even know how that happened, because mine
That's
has like black and really curly.
Who's that
No, but-
breathing? I feel like Chris Hansen all of a sudden. That breathing is.
I don't know.
Yeah. You know why you're here?
I'm like in that guy's esophagus. Well, that your brother sounds terrible. Can I interview him?
It sounds terrible.
I don't think you guys would get along at all. And in high school, he made himself a pariah. I didn't go to the same school as he did, but I've met him just coincidentally, like outside, like after high. Who is that breathing?
It's
That's
Buffalo.
weird.
Hey,
Oh,
Buffalo.
Got muted.
and
That-
but no, I've heard stories of him in high school. Like he in class he'd rail against communism and stuff like that, and just as a joke to like get on his nerves, to troll him, some of his classmates would put like the Communist Manifesto in his locker.
Is
That,
he
that certainly speaks to Devin's comment on his lack of tail, I would
Yeah.
think.
is he a gamer?
Canada, right?
Is he overweight? What are we
No,
talking?
he's not overweight. He's a city engineer. He's not a city engineer. He does city planning. Well, I honestly don't know. I'd have to ask him.
Here's a rhetorical question. Does he own a gun?
Oh, he owns lots.
Boom.
And I do. And there's a person I know. There's a person that I haven't spoken to him in 5 years, but I went to high school with him, who's my brother's best friend. And this guy is really scary, actually. If there's, I don't want to be an armchair psychologist, but this guy would be a sociopath. If I wouldn't be surprised. And this guy owns more than like 50 guns. He's very he's pro-Nazi. This guy.
Pro-Nazi?
Yeah, not my brother. My brother's friends with this guy. He's
Sure.
This guy's a loner. He's pro-Nazi. He like in high school. I went to high school with him. He's the same age as me. He really enjoyed. He loved, like, he was an outcast, but with his, like, with other people that are outcasts, he loved to hurt them emotionally. Like, he just got off on fucking with people, like. And this guy owns, like, and he hates the Jews. He's a Nazi. He believes in totalitarianism. He doesn't believe in democracy, and he owns more than 50 guns, and he collects them.
That should not be legal.
And
if you go missing, we know where to look, right?
Yes, please
Give us their
contact me.
addresses, and then you give us their addresses, and if you go missing, you don't tweet out for a couple of days.
The reason I haven't, but the reason I haven't spoken to him in 5 years was that I got into an argument with him about evolution. He does not believe in evolution at all.
Yeah, but see, these guys are actual racists. These guys make me look like Harriet Tubman.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. These are the racists that they're looking for. You know,
Yeah.
We're not the racists that these liberals are looking for.
They're
are
not
the
looking
racists.
for them.
Oh yeah, I guess not.
Those guys are jokes. Like, nobody respects them. They're not looking for those guys.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Speak your mind.
Your brother sounds like he could be one of the potential right-wing terrorists that the Young Turks keep on scaremongering about.
No, not my brother, but more so that other
friend.
guy. That other guy.
That other guy.
I don't want to mention names. They're not going to be watching this, but I'm not going to mention names.
He does sound scary. So.
The other guy, I haven't seen him in 5 years, but the other guy's kind of scary. Like, when he gets mad, he's very like he knows psychological warfare. He gets off on hurting people. He really did get off on hurting people in high school psychologically, and he loved manipulating people.
Can you give an example? Like, are you talking about a guy who will, you know, like, what would he do? Like,
for like, it would range from just the really petty stuff to outright, like, threats online. For example, there was this one thing where somebody liked this girl, and he made an account. He made another, like, a fake account on what was it, MSN Messenger. It was back in the day with MSN Messenger. He made an account and he found out this girl's account name, so he befriended her under this a guise of a different person, and then he made a threat to this other person that he wrote this letter like, oh, I'm going to go, like, some perverted thing. When you're not home, I'm going to go in your bedroom and steal all your underwear or something like that. And if this guy didn't do something that he asked, he threatened him with his email thing.
Just a cruel person.
He creeps out this girl and then threatened that he would. Like, I don't quite understand.
The reason why he got in touch with that girl under a pseudonym on MSN Messenger was to manipulate that other person, threaten the other person.
He just enjoys the cruelty.
Yeah, I remember he really got off on that, and just like it was.
I wouldn't be shocked if he killed animals and things of that nature.
Yeah, isn't that like the biggest crime?
Guess what he did? No, he like I live in the north end of the city, so there's a lot of parts that are like brand new, so like a lot of land. So there were little creatures, like squirrels and stuff running around. Guess what he did in his backyard?
I've seen this one.
No, he loved capturing gophers and stuff and torturing them.
He's a sociopath. Yeah. That's a textbook. That's scary. You should.
This sounds exactly like the biography of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Obviously, I can't see him getting married or any. He's like a loner. I can't see him getting married.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be
You might
surprised if he
find
had
an
a girl.
equally crazy woman.
No, I mean, are there any women that psychopathic out there?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Well, she'd either have to be very psychopathic or very weak. Either way.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, the common thread here, you guys. This is the Columbine phenomenon. These are losers. Okay, these are people who are young and dumb. So like Dylan Roof, he's a loser. Dylan Roof did not have a girlfriend. I'm sorry. Dylan Roof, if he was having sex, this would be a non-issue. Again, and it's young people. Young people in general, no offense to the young people here, are totally stupid, every single one of them.
Yes.
Except for the ones in this hangout.
They're functionally retarded until they're 25.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, they should not be given. It's unbelievable.
Thanks for
completely right.
Let me ask you: the people that have figured out that young people are retarded are the rent-a-car people, because you have to be 25 in order to rent a car.
That's true.
Okay. The rent-a-car people, they're going, oh, alcohol rules, age of consent, okay, you can go to the military, all that stuff, yeah. 25, motherfuckers, 25.
Right.
And that like big people like Rory Penny and those quote unquote journalists are become journalists when they're like 23, 24. And like Anna Kasparian was like what 23 when she became well known.
When she started sucking Chink's dick.
Yes, she ruined.
Why doesn't she address? I love how she just ignores you when she wrote that one tweet which was like addressing you, but she didn't see your name. That's a fucking serious claim that you're an Armenian on the Young Turks. Like that channel named us for the people who massacred your people. Like that's not a frivolous claim. That's not something to just gloss over. That's not like a cheap shot. Like that's fucking embarrassing.
She needs to pull a Dave Rubin, or she deserves little respect.
She's not smart enough to do that.
Probably not.
By the way, Lalo's on.
Hey, Lalo.
Hey guys.
Hey, Lalo.
Hey, Lalo.
I was just tweeting about this new clip that somebody sent me where Cenk Uygur addressed the conversation between Dave Rubin and Sam Harris.
Really?
And
And he now triple down, fourth down, fifth down, I don't know what. Like he said that Sam Harris wrote about nuking the Middle East because maybe somebody will do it because Muslims are so bad or something like this.
Yeah. I saw it, and I'm gonna do a video on it.
Awesome.
The philosophical groundwork has been laid.
Can somebody
like how retarded like that?
What the fuck?
Is it on the Young Turks channel or?
Yeah, it's hidden in a video. It's about.
Somebody sent me somebody already made a good clip, not analyzing it like Devin will do, but he at least did a good comparison of the clip he just put out with the interview.
I just put that link in the channel. I'm aware of this, and we will be addressing him and shaming him. I might throw in a little fat shaming just for fun too.
Yay!
Oh yeah.
I don't mind fat shaming with Cenk. Go for it.
Off topic.
Notice how red and sweaty he gets.
What about the Creationist Cat, Devin?
Omni sweaty. Creationist Cat, I am going to be unloading fury on him in the next coming weeks.
I mean, I feel that coming, but you know.
Yeah. No, he is.
Skippy? What about Skippy? I love that. How shitty that video was. I couldn't believe.
He got oddly quiet.
He would call you fucking racist, and then he said, You basically said that the only way you could get weed was from a black person.
Oh, you're talking about
Bewildered.
Bewildered.
Yeah, there are many out there. I'm lining them up. I've already recorded the audio on the Creationist Cat stuff. It's 2 hours. 2 hours of audio I got to cut through.
Wow.
So,
Is Bewildered Ape definitely satire?
I don't know.
He's weird. Ugh.
I just don't care about him as that much. I just find him to be an oddity and a freak. But
I haven't actually seen any of Creationist Cats. I haven't had any interest.
well, did you see the tweet I put out where he put out a video trying to defend Vester Flanagan and say Vester Flanagan is not a racist and we shouldn't take him at face value when he said he wanted to raise the
video down.
I don't think. No, I don't think.
Yeah, he put it
Did you
up.
get
and
the
then-
video? Before
I
you
didn't get
brought
it.
down.
No, but I've been trying to shame him into republicizing it because he's afraid. For once in his life, he's going to put his face and his name to the video, and he's going to speak out about race. And he does it, and he takes it down instantly because I left a comment. I left a message saying, "Oh, Vadim, I'm going to rip you apart for this one," and so he took it down immediately.
Well, you didn't record it? You didn't like copy it?
No, I
He
didn't
can't
have a chance.
hide
come
anymore
on.
at this point
Yeah.
behind his character.
Hey guys, can I just butt in for 1 second?
Yeah, hi Anthony.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Hello, Devon.
What up, man?
Hello, pal. I'm just jumping in. I'm only going to be 5 minutes. I'm going to see you in Vegas, dude.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
you lucky bastard.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Come on up. We'll party. High command.
You said You said November, December. Are you going to be there for a month or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out visit family and spend some time probably at the Palms. The Palms Place, to be specific.
What's that hotel?
Yeah, that's my favorite hotel off the strip. It's a great place.
Is it expensive?
Yeah. But that's how we roll. That's how it's gonna be. Pixar's gonna be paying for it because I work for Pixar.
Nice.
You mean Bewildered Ape had absolutely no effect on your employability with Pixar?
Bewildered Ape has surprisingly little sway in the worldwide community.
What do you think the executives like? Who are like? When they watch that video, do you think? Like, what do you think like happened when they opened up the letter and like did they even just like did they throw it away or?
These people don't even get through the spam filter. Are you kidding me? Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Who is this cartoon monkey and why is he contacting us?
Yeah. But I don't know.
He actually signed off as Bewildered Ape, so anyone serious looking at that is to throw it away.
We didn't sign his name.
Oh, that was funny
Yeah,
to
he
be
said
a
like
Bewildered
kind
Ape.
regards, Bewildered Ape.
One last thing before we go. A lot of people ask who y'all are, so you might want to just like shout out your Twitter tags or whatever, or put them in the description box, Josh.
Mhm.
All right, pal. But,
All right.
I'm going to go and let somebody else get on, but nice talking to you all again, and I'll see you soon, Devin.
Yeah, man.
Bye,
Have a good
Anthony.
night. See you.
All
Well
right,
done
bye.
on your video as well.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right, bye.
There he is.
I love Anthony.
He's
I
great.
love you too.
There's some regulars, man. I got regulars and I got hardcores. I got people's names. I recognize the names and the icons, and it's all coming together. I used to be just a random dude ranting on the internet. Now I'm a random dude ranting on the internet who has a few more people following him.
What's a regular? What's a hardcore?
You do good work.
I'm waiting for a tattoo. I'm waiting for somebody to go the extra mile and tap them.
Ooh.
I mean, you might as well do it on the Canadian Atheist's arm. I mean, you can't
Right.
fuck you can't, that arm cannot be fucked up more than it already is. Didn't Steve O do
You
that?
get like
Or,
a full back tattoo of the kangaroo. Like a full
Yeah.
back.
just with wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like a Mike Tyson level commitment. I want,
Oh, shit.
On their face. Just one side of it.
At least henna. At least somebody do some henna. Jesus.
I can do
You
it
know-
now.
I
Yeah,
don't
take
talk
some-
to customers. I could do it.
Do like a neck sort of collarbone henna of something.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
But
And
that's
what do they
cultural,
get?
no, that's cultural appropriation.
It's
It
my
is.
people's culture, actually. I can use henna.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
turn the table on you.
Stop
Okay.
appropriating gypsy culture.
Ooh.
I thought there was what was it? Some fair or something like that. They had a thing with henna, and they were very adamant that only women were allowed to get it, no men. Like it was I don't know if henna is exclusively Muslim, a Muslim thing. It's not, no. But these Muslim people said only women are allowed to get the henna. Like it was like a very explicit thing, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what that was about.
I find it funny. The warring factions where you have just so many people that are so sensitive on so many topics, and it seems like they are more vocal online than in real life. Is that true?
Some of my friends are my age, but a lot of my close friends are older. But the ones my age are very PC liberal.
I think Christiana is digging through a Snickers bar or something.
No, I'm making cereal. Sorry.
Okay.
I've eaten like 3 different things during this. I'm starving.
Hey, Christiana, remember when you muted me?
That was badass.
Revenge, sweet revenge.
Just so I know where everyone is, how like, if you don't mind me asking, how old are like Christiana and everyone? Well, I meant Malika, and because you were saying around your age. So
I'm 24.
I'm 21. So
I'm
29. You're what?
19. I'm an old guy.
Look at the
I'm 78.
Look at the 23-year-old asking for an age check. Jesus Christ.
No,
hey, everybody. What?
I'm 29.
Oh, what?
Like that makes a difference, right? Well, I'm past the 25 threshold, so.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm 82.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm a little far off.
Graham, when
I'm
did
19.
When did I what?
When did you feel old officially?
I don't feel old.
What? You're peaking?
I don't feel old.
Wow.
Wait, Devin, how old are you?
I'm 21. It's been public for a long time. I'm into retro culture. For some reason, I just love the 80s.
No, actually, when people, even people in their early 30s, mid 30s, say they're old, it nauseates me.
They're not. Like,
Yeah.
I want to know if you're older than me, Devin.
I remember watching 9/11, and I was like, I had a fresh load in my diapers, and
Yeah.
Such full of shit. I know you're. I bet you're at least over 30.
Anthony said you were in your 40s last hangout. I remember that and being surprised. So that's why I'm wondering. Are you in your 40s?
Yeah, I'm born in 1975. I'm 40 years old.
I'm older than you, Devin.
You're the same age as my dad.
What?
I wouldn't even.
Just barely.
Your dad had you at what? At 17?
16 or 17.
The hell?
He died very young.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's not fun.
It's okay.
Wait, I can't tell if people are sarcastic or did you really have it. Like, was your dad 16 when he had you?
Yeah, if he died when he was 17. I think.
If you're British, then like no, you.
Talking French.
What?
Yeah. Sort of.
Oh, I don't think Buffalo Soldier's talking to us.
Okay.
Bang. The mute hammer is fun.
No, but yeah, I do. I feel bad for people that die young. I had a friend that died a few years ago in a car accident. It was actually very highly publicized. He was an intern anyway, but it was he was only like 22 when he died. But I feel bad for people that die young.
Yeah, but
we're not Christians, right? So shouldn't we feel bad for the people who knew the people who died young, right? Because when you're dead, you're dead. Like,
no, but I feel bad. No, I feel bad.
A wasted life, though.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for the people that don't get to live their life more.
Right.
Like, I feel bad for them mostly. Like the people that are dead, more than the people that are still alive, because at least the people that are still alive get to live. You know, they're alive.
Yeah, but let's be honest. We're all playing with house money here. I mean, we're all, our life expectancy is the way it is because of the arbitrary time that we got born into human history. Any other time, you would all be middle-aged, and I'd be long dead.
You're right. We're very lucky. We're very, very lucky. But yeah, it's still like doesn't it nauseate like on the clickbait sites that's talk about nostalgia, and it's written by somebody that's 20 years old.
Yeah.
It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, you haven't graduated yet. You have no perspective.
If you have nostalgia, you're not old enough yet.
Like, I'd understand somebody that's 80, like my grandmother. My grandmother's about 84 years old, and she talks about like the 1930s and the early 1940s, like during what it was like in Canada during the Second World War, and she's nostalgic when not about that time, but about when she was like a little girl and stuff like that. But she's 84. She's lived so many years, and yeah, somebody like that has the right to talk like that, not somebody that's 30.
I saw this video. It's one of these cultural appropriation videos. So there's this black girl. She's talking about how rap music was culturally appropriated by white people, and she said in like early 2000, rap became popular with Kanye West.
What?
And of course for her it was like.
And Miley Cyrus invented twerking.
That's so narcissistic.
But the reason why I like Devin is 40s because like I've noticed something. When I was a kid, like a wee little lad, 4 or 5 years old, 6, 7, like you see people who are in the 40s and 50s, and they seemed way older, way more aged than people in their 40s or 50s now. Like it seems like people have aged way better. Like people in their 30s, people in their 40s, seem like the people who were like 10, 15 years younger when I was a kid.
Well, that is
working out.
That is true because of quality of life. I mean, you look at people, like pictures of people 120 years ago. Somebody that's in their 20s looks like they're a haggard 40, like a really haggard 40-year-old or something.
Yeah.
But
they say 40 is the new 11.
No, just because of healthcare and easier lives.
But you know what I think? I think what we're seeing here
now using natural products.
Yeah, we are seeing a cultural divide. It's with millennials and people like me who come from a world before the internet. Okay, so like there's certain shit that goes on online, certain social rules that did not fly in my era. So like me having a conversation with a Canadian atheist. The Canadian atheist was born and raised during the internet. When the internet came out, he was like 3 years old. Okay, I was a grown-ass man when the internet came out. So the way I handle myself, the way I deal with ideas and bullshit is completely different than a millennial or a generation pussy person.
We have to coin that on Twitter.
Yeah, generation pussy, man. Get the people from Know Your Meme to
Generation pussy.
Yeah.
We need to establish like an age range for that.
It really is. The rules are different, and they think they can get away with the shit. The backlash to Nicole Arbor about her fat shaming video, you would never see that shit in 1991.
Oh,
Kidding
hell
me?
no.
But I don't think that changes out. I think that there was like you, and the internet, and then I think that there was like 5 years ago something fucking changed.
Yeah.
I think there are people like I was born. Well, I might have been born. I was born in '88, so it's sort of in between there or whatever. But like that shit wouldn't have flown with me like when I graduated from college. But like now, like the internet has changed the way that things change, right? Things change. Like
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, here it is. It's the revenge of the beta. So these beta pussies who have been hanging in the background. They finally, online, their tweet looks like my tweet. Their tweet is just words on a page. They have the same
male and female.
So now you get shit like Vadim Newquist, Creationist Cat, who in real life would never dream of calling me a racist to my face. Would not dream of it. But what does he do in front of his mob of fucking autistic children? He calls me a racist. He says I'm a member of the KKK. And this beta bitch hole thinks he can get away with it. Right? Because... Go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, no, it's so easy to do it when you're sitting on the internet, not face to face with somebody.
Right. You have the protection.
Sitting behind a pussy. Calling another guy a racist.
Right, and you have the protection of anonymity. Ta-da!
Yeah. And you're safe in your home too.
Right. No social ramifications. No backlash for this. So when does the creationist cat freak out? When I say, oh, you can say all your idiotic shit to me, but just let it be known for everybody that this guy's name is Vadim Newquist. And what does he do? He freaks out, oh my God, how dare you? You fucking dick, I'm the victim, I'm the victim.
You doxed me.
Right. Poor me. How dare you break the rules of Generation P?
One thing I noticed too, I'm sure everybody noticed, is that just texting. Nobody talks on the phone anymore. It's texting.
Or leave voice messages. Like
Right.
there's no more voicemail. Like that's even me. It's like text me or.
I never check my voicemails.
Yeah, but there are many differences, but there are certain things that would constrain your behavior during the 90s. And in being in person, you would never say shit that you would say now. And now we're seeing a backlash where people from the old guard, my generation, are coming back and going, wait a minute, what did you just say, you little rat dick?
Through that.
Well, it also gives people the opportunity to run away from conversations because all these like kind of feminist social justice warriors who kind of come in and will tell you you're a misogynistic pig and then block you immediately. But if you're at a dinner table and you meet this person, they can't exactly like say you misogynist pig and run out the door.
I do get called a misogynist.
That's a great
real
point.
life.
But I think there's more.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say like if you're actually sitting with the person, they're gonna have to deal with you and your arguments. But on the internet, they can just block you and run away.
Right.
Imagine the difference between the conversation me and the Amazing Atheist would have in person in 1998 versus online in 2015. Same two people.
There's also a physical dimension in person, right? Like he's this.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's going to be able to, like, Vadim, I can only imagine what he looks like in person, right? But, like, I'm guessing he's not that imposing of a character.
Of course not.
Given that he has, like, he's probably soft. Like, if you were to invite him to Vegas or whatever and have this conversation in the bar, it's going to be a very different dynamic than him fucking, not even in real time responding to you, but sitting behind a fucking cat and just making video, like, which he doesn't, like, have to, he's not accountable for that.
Here's what I'm suggesting for Generation P. You draw a line in the sand, and that line is, what's your fucking name, kid? State your name. There are two kinds of people online.
No. That's not going to work, though. That's not going to work.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's going to be the new rule, because if you are not willing to post your name, you are a pussy. I will not have it. If you do not post your name, get the fuck out. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Stand up.
Devin, the majority of the people who agree with your position cannot post their fucking name.
Okay,
We're not. Like, I would love to tell you who the fuck I am, but like because I have the positions that I have,
then don't speak out. Then don't talk shit. If you want to be anonymous, don't talk shit. That's the rule.
I agree.
Did you?
That's a good rule to follow because it would prevent people from going off the rails. Like,
if you want to get online and just beat off to My Little Pony or do whatever, fine, be my guest. If you want to get on and slander people, call them racist and shit, state your name.
Well, I'm not going to do that. But we're not doing that. But what I'm saying is that most of the people who are on your side, most of the people, like, there are atheists who like speak out against like Islam, who speak out against. There are people who speak out against like the actual racism, which we're talking about, like BLM, hypocrisy. Like those are the people who can't say their names because they're going to be harassed.
Yeah, but
because
this
they're
is
going to be
another
fucking, and they're not talking shit too. They're not. They're saying facts.
But this
You're
is
just pointing out obvious facts.
Like you should be able to say facts anonymously.
Yeah, but this is another.
Where, like,
this is another thing that's not commendable. We need atheists to come out of the closet and state your name. That's a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
We need people to.
Can I say something?
I'm publicly an atheist. Like all my friends know I'm an atheist. When it comes to like all the other shit that we get into, when it comes to like the race, when it comes to the double standards regarding SJWs, that's shit that you cannot fucking say in certain professions and certain certain people just like cannot take that risk. I understand if people are calling you out, if people are slandering you. If someone's slandering you, yes, they should it's fair game, right? If someone calls you a fucking racist, a bigot, like I'm gonna back you up on that. But like what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people who have legitimate reasons for being anonymous. Because we're in a state where
you're saying they can't come out and state their name. I'm saying they're choosing not to do that, and I'm saying that's not a commendable thing. Why? Why?
I don't think that's a fair distinction. Like I think we're in a state where we have freedom of religion and freedom of speech, right? For some reason, freedom of religion, we recognize that we have to whose background is somebody's got like noise, a kid or something in the background,
Yeah.
whatever. Well, we recognize that, like, in order for freedom of religion, like the whole argument of the government is not like impinging on your rights doesn't really work, right? That's why we have a lady suing because she didn't serve alcohol because she's Muslim, and that's gone too far. But for some reason, when it comes to freedom of speech, it's the exact opposite. We don't fucking care if your employer fires you for just stating facts. We don't fucking care, and like that's where we are right now.
Let me ask you a question. Why am I the one taking heat for all of you? Why is it that even in this hangout with my own fucking subscribers, I am the only person in this room who will state my name and say fuck Islam? My name's Devin Tracy. I say Islam is backward and fucked up beyond belief, and I detest it. Fuck Islam.
This is the argument that Michael Sam made. Michael Sam made, like, why am I the only gay NFL player to come out? And, like, I don't think that's, like, I respect you for that, but I don't think that's, like, necessarily, like, everybody has...
Yeah, but I take damage for this. You have to understand, I am taking heat for this. You don't think there's ramifications for this? So why you agree with me? You agree with me, but you won't state your name and say that fuck Islam or anything even remotely close to that.
But Devin, you're working for Pixar, but you still have your job, right? Like Pixar, like you're working in an industry where people are known for. It's more of a subjective industry.
Yeah, okay, well, if you...
But there are people who are in different economic situations, or not even economic situations, but people who work in industries where that's just not going to apply. Like,
okay, but it's still shameful. You're still making a decision. You're prioritizing the things in your life over your ideas and over these huge, big, important issues.
Okay, yeah, I'll say shameful. Like, I'm not going to say, but I'm going to say the degree of the shame is relative to my situation or to anybody else's situation. So if you're in a situation where there are going to be no ramifications for you being public and seeing your opinion, that's one thing. But like the degree of shame is relative to your situation. Like if you have a family and 5 kids and you just want to get online and talk about this, certain issues that matter to you, like I really have to take that into account when I'm evaluating your situation relative to somebody who had,
Okay, well
really has nothing to suffer.
The minute you go negative and the minute you start personally attacking other people in a public forum, you must release your name.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, why? Because it's just the most pussified move in the history of time.
This is another
because
argument,
you
right?
could say anything and you get no backlash for that.
But I think there's a distinction between public personality. I mean, this has to do with free speech law, right?
Public personality?
Yes, there's a difference between somebody who's a public personality. So if I go online and I attack somebody who's like a private individual, that's different between somebody who's posting something
online is public. When you post something online, everyone can see it. That's a public space.
Yes. So but I'm saying that's one thing, right? So if I'm attacking somebody online who's, if I'm attacking a private individual or a public individual, it's because they made that choice.
Yeah, but you put that person in the position where they can't attack you back because they're just attacking a dog.
That's the most unmanly stance I've ever heard. How could you? It's so uncommendable for you to be like.
Can I ask you a question, Devin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, my real name is Lalo Dagash, and fuck Islam to the max. But yeah. But aside from that, but I do kind of see a little like. So yes, you're right, Devin, in the sense that we like you and me own up to our opinions and we say it all out. But you do kind of have to admit the worst that could happen to us is that somebody's gonna call us names or attack us on a personal level. But there are the apostates and the ex-Muslims or the hidden Muslims in Muslim countries, and they have to deal with problems that we will never have to deal with, like getting completely disowned and thrown out of a community and your home, or maybe even killed like in
There's a reason that the masked Arab is the masked
It's
Arab.
a little more complicated than that. Like Devin, if you want me, like, I would interact with you in other forums, and like when it comes to atheism, like I'll tell you that I'm an atheist, right? But the fact is, this persona, what Matty Nice, this dog that you see, right?
Hello?
Like, under this dog or whatever, that like I do not want, like I want the freedom of speech and the ability to interact anonymously, right? So it's not regarding atheism necessarily, but the fact that this is attached to other things. Like there are just many things that like you just cannot say. Like when it comes to like we have comedians who are being who are being censored, being made to apologize for little jokes or whatever. If you want to interact with people honestly, which I think we should all have the right to, the fact is you're going to have to make a decision between being anonymous or having a fucking job, or
But
having
how
a
much-
fucking like.
No, but doesn't
And so, and like the fact of the matter is, like, I mean, you don't know necessarily, like, if somebody's being interacting with you anonymous, like, you don't know if they've reveal their persona in other areas. You don't know if they've spoken out about atheism in other forms. Right?
Yeah, but doesn't that allowing your with your argument, doesn't that help that stigma? Doesn't it lend itself to making things taboo to talk about? Shouldn't you openly talk about anything with your name out there? Like, I get into arguments with my mom. Well, not arguments, but my mom's like, careful what you put on Facebook. You know, there are employers that look on Facebook. And I'm like, I just say, like, I disagree with her, because if I want to say something, I'll say something. Why should I censor myself?
I mean, what I'll say is this, right? Like, essentially, what you're saying is that, like, your protective value system. Look at what we're saying is, Lalo just brought up a good point, right? If your family was in danger, everybody has some threshold, you know, under which they would be anonymous. It might not be losing your job. It might be your family's threatened. It might be your risk of life. It might be, and they're very extreme people, like the journalists, right?
Hello.
But like,
Hello.
Hello.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Basically, well, on Twitter, I don't have any contact with my family or even my friends in my personal life, so I feel on Twitter that I can say pretty much whatever the hell I want. And by the way, my name, Raphael Leonardo, is just a slight modification of my real name, which is Ralph Leonard. So, and yeah, so on Facebook, I couldn't say half the stuff I say on Twitter. That's
Right.
just
Wait.
That's
Change
kind
that
of
language.
still-
You could say it. You
I'm
could
in
say
that.
it. You choose not to.
I could,
big difference.
but I don't because of
You don't want to.
yeah.
And this is cowardly and weak, in my opinion. And I'm not talking about Muslims who are going to get killed. I don't blame the masked Arab for being anonymous. But we are atheists here. Why are you guys afraid to say what you feel and think?
I'm not. I mean, my Facebook is filled with
it's not regarding
cartoons of
atheism
Muhammad.
necessarily.
About anything. But I mean,
Right.
I don't think this idea that anonymity and mouthing off online anonymous is some net good thing for humanity. It's not. Look
I
at it.
think,
It's a
yeah,
clusterfuck. It's a
it would-
clusterfuck.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think that. I don't
that's
think that at all. I
censorship
think that when you're in a situation where people, like, where you don't have free speech protections, where you have employers who can fire people, you have people who say a guy is fucking in jail, or he's on trial in Canada for fucking disagreeing with someone on Twitter.
That's
the world we
ridiculous.
live in.
Okay,
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can't be arrested
Really,
for that. I mean, you can't be thrown out of your job for practicing free speech unless you are genuinely racist or bigoted or anything. If
Right.
you're
are
saying
you
things
serious?
that aren't
You
racist.
can be thrown out
Well,
for fucking anything. If
no,
Yeah,
if-
and then
if
you
a group of
can
people-
take them to court for wrongfully firing you.
Do you understand how much money that takes? And like how many people have been wrongfully terminated who don't get justice because they can't afford it, or it's not in a lawyer's best interest?
There are people
The
who
way
will
it
act
works
pro
is they
bono.
value-
Yeah, but I just
they
don't.
work pro bono because they think that your case is going to pay out. So like
Yeah,
what they
in
do is
these
the lawyer
cases-
makes an evaluation. So there are a lot of people who have cases where they were fired by an employer with their salary wasn't big enough, or the probability of a payout isn't that high, or there's people who are wrongfully terminated get no justice.
Look,
It's not like that. It's
But
not
then
that
shouldn't the
simple.
solution be more people coming out and being honest and
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a self-censorship thing. You
Yeah.
avoid doing these
Well-
things because of the backlash, when you should do these things and forget the backlash. And if enough people do it, it'll be avoided.
The bottom line is, I don't take people seriously when they're anonymous online. There's like, what is it about your life and the things that you think and believe that you are somehow doing this balancing act and tiptoeing around not telling people what you actually believe? What is this? This is cowardice.
Well, technically, I'm not.
No.
My 70-year-old aunt is not going to care about atheism.
One of the reasons
My
I
Facebook account is different.
well, one of the reasons I started tweeting under my real name was because of people like Raif Badawi, who blogged under his name and got flogged for it. And I thought, what the hell excuse do I have? Like, I might get some slack from family and friends on Facebook or something like that. These are not real reasons. You know, and I think even if your job is in danger, it's like it's a lack of respect to.
Look, I understand.
Let's go beyond. Let's go beyond that. Let's start talking about what about your porn preferences? What about there's so many things that we all censor. No. Like there's so many
privacy.
Things. Well, that's privacy, but my feelings regarding religion, regarding very social issues, those aren't privacy.
No, those are the very things you're talking about. That's the whole point. You are bringing your ideas to the table, but you're just not man enough to put your name to your ideas. Why not? Look, if there are some people that can remain anonymous, be my guest. The problem is I'm not going to take you that seriously as a human being. Because why in the hell are you so scared to say what you think? Why?
Well, I'm not.
I gave pretty objective reasons. I think losing your job.
Don't pretend.
I think losing your job. Losing your job, and you don't know how. Like, whether it's a $50,000 job, whether it's $150,000, losing your job is a pretty fucking serious reason.
Okay, so then don't be an outspoken person. Then don't be a YouTuber.
I'm not a YouTuber.
Then
I just have a fucking Twitter account.
Then be an anonymous person online, but don't expect anybody to take you seriously.
Well, I don't think I expect people to take me seriously. I just interact with other people. Like, what are you talking about when you talk about these people? Are you talking about like people who are public personalities? Like public personality, I mean,
yes,
like
yes, specifically. Specifically,
okay, so is that okay? Because I understand that somebody who's making money is a public personality and is anonymous. I understand that's one thing, but like the average person who this isn't their isn't their livelihood. This is just like a way for them to blow up steam. I don't fucking like. Well, when you say don't take them seriously, I don't fucking expect people to take my Twitter account seriously, right? I don't. It's just a fucking dog face. I fucking right? But like.
Yeah, but so right now, I can't take you seriously right now as a human, as a subscriber of mine. You are afraid to tell me your name. You're nobody to me. You're Siri.
Well, I can tell you my name. Well, actually,
I wouldn't mind telling you my name either.
I'll tell you what it's about.
Like, why is like pressure.
Okay, then don't. I don't expect you to because I don't take you seriously because you don't reveal your name.
Actually,
I already know you are too much of a coward to do that here and now. So why would I expect that?
Yeah, everybody's a coward to a certain.
Actually, I remember a story about work a few years ago. I was working at a television station, and they did this bullshit story about not Reiki, chiropractic, and like it was just this bullshit it was like no critical thinking at all, and I spoke up about that, and I was almost fired for that. I got in a lot of trouble for that.
Then
but
get
I don't
fired.
regret.
Find a new job.
I'm not working for them anymore. Yeah. It was for a different reason, but
I
don't regret doing that. I would speak up because I thought what they were doing is bullshit.
Yeah, you need to speak up. It's a good thing to do something like that.
Yeah. Why is it that a guy like Sam Harris can go on TV and put his name up there and say Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas in public in front of millions of people? This is a sentiment that every single person in this room agree with. Not a single one of you, aside from our Chilean friend and myself, will put our name to that very sentiment.
My name is online.
Okay, but you guys are happy to say, "Oh, good job, Sam." Sam has taken so much shit for that. So much shit.
You don't know that I haven't put my name.
I know for a fact. You have done that.
You don't know that. You actually don't know that for a fact.
Link me to a video where you release your name and talk shit about Islam. You show me that video and shut me up.
I'm a fucking atheist fucking everywhere. I'm an atheist in my dating fucking profiles. I'm an atheist in my friends. Atheist? My account?
That's your big fucking claim to fame. You're an atheist. Dude,
I'm not famous. I'm a fucking dog on fucking Twitter. I'm not fucking famous.
Yeah. Like, I'm not, so why do you expect brownie points?
I don't fucking want brownie points. You're comparing me, a subscriber of yours, who's interacting with you.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Who are like public.
So is Islam the motherlode of bad ideas? Yes or no?
Yes.
So no, I'm asking Maddie. So why are you, Maddie? Is yes or no?
Yes, it is.
So why are you willing to let Sam Harris take the personal repercussions for stating that in public and not you?
Okay, Devin, how about this? How about I interact with you, I give you my personal name, and I post it to my fucking Facebook page. If you promise not to release it. I'm not, this account, what?
But what would that prove? What would that prove?
Because you don't even understand necessarily why people have like you're failing to like acknowledge that people have online accounts for like different anonymous accounts for different reasons. And the reason why they're not speaking out might not be for the one reason. It might not be that somebody's afraid to put their name to that fact. It might be like something out to that statement. It might be like one of the 1,000 other statements or hundreds of other statements that they mention on their account. Like it might be regarding feminism. It could be that. It could be regarding it could be regarding Anita Sarkeesian, and they think they're going to be harassed. But if I fucking give out my name on this account,
can I say something?
Hold on.
I have to go now, by the way. So,
Who is this
take care.
speaking?
I have to leave.
Is that what you had to say, or is?
Yeah, that's all.
Take care, man.
Okay, take care. Have a nice day.
See you, Ralph.
Yeah.
See you.
Oh,
Anyway,
there's Anthony.
if you want to follow me on
Hello.
Twitter, my tag is @buffsoldier_96.
Okay, I'll do that.
Now, I just wanted to say one thing. I'm catching this heated conversation, which is awesome. There's just one thing I wanted to say. My name's Anthony K. Fuck Islam. I don't know.
All right. Nice.
I mean,
Nice.
look, you all fine.
Okay. Well, here's my point. Here's my point. My point is, I understand why people are anonymous. I understand that there are job situations, that there are social situations, family situations. The reason people choose to remain anonymous is coming from a place of fear and cowardice. And what I'm saying is, you can do that, just don't expect us to think highly of you for doing it.
Do you want the name
to speak out.
attached? Do you want the name attached and them to say something, or the name attached and the video to say that?
Well, I prefer to interact with human beings online who have the convictions of their ideas to the point where they're willing to sign their name to their thoughts and statements. That's all I'm asking for. This is what we did in the 90s. This is what we did in the 90s.
You know,
and in person.
The 90s are the 90s. But like the fact of the matter is, like ideas fucking matter, facts fucking matter, right? So like my opinion, I don't fucking make YouTube videos. I'm just out there fucking shit posting, right? But if somebody posts YouTube videos and they're factually correct, their facts don't fucking matter if they're anonymous or not. Them saying their name, them posting their name, like Anderson Cooper posts fucking bullshit. The fact that he's out there doesn't mean he's fucking not bullshit. It doesn't make his argument any more incorrect. The fact that like internet aristocrat, like whatever he's saying, whatever he's like. Whatever, like, and when you're talking about that, like, the legitimacy of an argument doesn't fucking matter who it is. It's like the same, it's the same, like, just going to have people who say, like, it's a right-wing newspaper, like, just disregard it. This is like, it doesn't fucking matter. The facts of what they're saying are what's correct or not, right?
But that,
literally,
But it's not about them being correct.
The crazy, well, it is about them being correct. Like, the crazy, the reason why I disagree with them.
Nothing
the
to
reason
do
why
with
I disagree with him is not. It's not because like, it's not because he didn't release his name or not. It's because the guy's fucking incorrect. And like, if you release his name, like, that's great or whatever, and like that's like a hazard of what he's doing. And I think that like for him to be a public personality and not and to be like getting money from people and to like make his career, that he has more responsibility to do that. But the fact of the matter is,
but as
your
Devin
arguments
said,
are your arguments,
why
and
should
there are many anonymous offers in the past.
By not being open about the name. Sorry.
No, sorry, but just quickly, as Devin said, why should, say, like Sam Harris just be the only one where he gets all the flack, while everyone else, where so many other people can be anonymous saying the same thing?
Why is he? What are you talking about? Why is he the only one who gets flack? Like,
because without your name attached, you are able to easily dodge backlash. Any backlash you can dodge.
Explain, right, is that I have a personal account, right, and that I tweet a lot of shit under this name, right? So you don't necessarily know what I'm, like, me or anybody else. You can be anybody else. You don't know what we say in our personal lives. You don't know what we're posting on our...
Do you avoid saying the same things that you would on your
I would avoid saying some of the same things, yes. I would avoid saying some of the politically incorrect things I would say. I would say some things more diplomatically. I'm not...
Yes, but avoiding saying things that are politically incorrect, it just reinforces political correctness.
That adds fuel to the fire.
But here's the point. I'm hoping you guys can see the difference between if Maddie the dog wants to have a conversation about politics with Tammy the cat, and these are both anonymous people having a conversation,
that's fine.
But when Maddie the dog jumps online and says, hey, you Devin Tracy, you're a racist, this is now bullshit. Do Do you understand that? If you are man enough to label and smear and hurt the reputation of somebody who's man enough to state his name, then you should be man enough to state yours in the process.
I think a good example.
Wait. I think it's completely bullshit, right? Because like you're not. Okay, the fact is not just that they're. I think the fact is more not that Devin is they're saying Devin is racist. The fact that they're saying it and it's fucking wrong. There's nothing behind it.
No, they're labeling him with racism.
Because we have a situation right now where there's whistleblowers. Whistleblowers can be anonymous.
Maddie, hold on a second. Maddie, hold on a second here. So the point that you're continually missing here is you have these people in public positions like Sam Harris who are taking a lot of public backlash for having unpopular opinions, but they are so married to their opinions, they believe in them with such conviction that they are willing to take that abuse, and they're taking silver bullets for you, Maddie the dog, who you may believe.
You don't know that because you don't know who.
But you don't believe in the same conviction. No, but I do know that because you just said earlier that
just making it, Maddie. He's just making not necessarily. He's just making an argument for people. Yeah, he's taking bullets metaphorically for people that have the same ideas as him, but get to hide behind anonymous names.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say to you is that Maddie the dog. You can go through my Maddie, whatever the fuck. Maddie the dog, it might be a panel next week, has a lot of opinions on his Twitter. This is like a very influential Twitter account where he interacts with a lot of different people and says things that don't all have to do with atheism. They have to do with a lot of different things, feminism, whatever. And for you to like single out this one opinion and say he's not willing to stand up for it, it's just like completely false.
Well,
right?
Okay, Islam happens to be a huge thing right now, and we're guessing you have an opinion on it, and we're also guessing you're not willing to state your opinion on it.
Well, okay, so if I state my opinion on that, then every single thing that I state my opinion on, every single shitty thing that I've posted on my account, on this particular account, on my phone, I have like 4 accounts I'm attached to.
But why not?
So then argue anonymously on one, and be a man on the one, the real one.
Well,
I'm not gonna take the bait and release my name right now.
Maddie,
maybe I'll follow you.
Yeah. Maddie, but let me give you an example. Do you really think that the civil rights movement in the United States would have worked if Martin Luther King hadn't done it publicly? Like he had just written anonymous letters to newspapers.
Exactly.
I mean, these guys, because we're talking.
That's actually something that's really interesting, right? Because there were before the civil rights movement, like it didn't just happen in 1965, but there were a lot of people who couldn't get on that bus. There were a lot of people who couldn't make this, like who just couldn't take these decisions.
That's not my question, but Maddie, that's not my question.
But you're calling all those people cowards, right?
No, Maddie, no, that's not my question. My question is, do you think, because we're talking really about a movement to change something, right? We're talking about atheists coming out because feminists are not ashamed to come out. No way. Most of the people fighting for most rights today are not like really ashamed to declare who they are, but there is still a great shame in coming out and speaking out against Islam and being an atheist. So my question is do you think any kind of rights movement is going to work if, let's say, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were the only ones talking in public and getting all the flack, getting firebombed for it? Would it have worked if all their protesters would have stayed at home and written anonymous letters?
I mean, the reason why this bothers me is
that the
person that I am is not like the actual.
No one would have shown up at the Million Man March if that was the case.
Lalo.
I'm hearing you.
I will DM you and I will give you I will interact with you in person and I will do whatever. That's the person. I'm not afraid of speaking out against Islam. Like that's not a problem for me. There are other opinions that I have that actually are problematic. And what I'm trying to say is that.
But Maddie, don't make it so personal. We're talking in general because Devin is referring to all the people. Because the thing is, I'm also on Twitter a lot more than Devin. So I see all the Twitter, and the overwhelming majority, Devin is right. When it comes to atheism, practically everybody is using an anonymous account, right? Because then people and Devin is also right, and all the yes, there might be tons of excuses, but I'm sure all the people in the civil rights movement had tons of excuses too that are even much stronger than ours. I'm sure they got beat up, they got their house firebombed.
Exactly.
But nothing is going to happen if we do everything anonymously.
But Lalo, can I correct you? The analogy is not the same, right? Because you're talking about the leaders of the civil rights movement, and those are analogies.
No, he's talking about the followers as well.
right? But the majority of the followers were fucking anonymous. The majority of the people who benefited from that movement were fucking anonymous.
Anonymous is in they showing up at protests.
Selma, you think the majority of blacks in the South were marched on Selma? That was a small minority of people who were actually in those movements, who were actually participating in those demonstrations.
Okay, so what good would it be if...
Like, the majority of people frankly, just did not come out. And that's the fact of the reality. Look up the numbers and look up the black population.
Okay, and if they did support it, what good are they to the movement if they just sit at home and do not join these protests?
That's exactly the point. Those people did exactly.
We talk about things like critical mass. We talk about things like critical mass. So we're like I hope that if we want to talk about atheism, like I'm out as an atheist. Like I came out to my family, I came out to my friends. That's like not a problem. I don't care about talking about Islam. But so I'm like, when it comes to my being anonymous, this account like follows like a lot of other people. It's about other things. So let's talk about like atheism right now. Like we have to talk about the fact that like there's something called critical mass. And that everybody has a threshold. Like you can say that like I'm all about being outspoken, but the fact of the matter is, like I said, there's a difference. Like it might be being cut up in pieces. It might be your friend being cut up in pieces. It might be you being embarrassed. But everybody has like a certain threshold.
Yeah.
So we're talking about degrees here.
You're right.
Critical mass.
Yeah, talking about critical mass. Guys like me are helping us achieve that critical mass. Guys like you are helping us not do that.
Well, like, okay, you can talk about guys like me, but like you don't know who I am.
Oh, come on, you're taking it so personally.
Isn't that the point?
I don't care. Like, you can do like the shaming tactics or whatever, but like the fact is, you don't know who the fuck I am. Like,
you're somebody who's anonymous. You're somebody who's anonymous online. That's all you. That's the relevant fact.
That's anonymous.
That's all that's relevant right now. But as I told you, in my own life.
Thank you for proving our point.
I'm a fucking atheist. I'm a fucking atheist.
The exact point that he was trying to make is that we don't know who you are.
What you're saying is that I should create a social media account where I interact with atheists, and just outspoken about atheists, and I say my name. I should just create another account for all these other things.
Well,
no, just have you. Just say your name and talk about whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, obviously that's retarded. Like obviously, if nobody could say that, like not having the stakes to other people.
What would you do before the internet? What would you have done? Gone around in masks? Like, what the hell would you have been doing? You would have had to speak for yourself. If you would have had a conversation with somebody and speak in public, you would have had to state your name because people would see you and be like, oh, this guy's saying this. Humans do, social animals.
There is no pre-internet analog for Twitter.
His conversations.
My personal conversation with you at fucking Starbucks is the equivalent of Twitter. Who fucking can hear
it's
my
the equivalent of having a conversation. A conversation between two human beings is the same now as it was then. It's just now you hide behind a mask. You are hiding behind a mask.
Can we just point out how amazing... Maddie, can we just point out how amazing it is that Maddie doesn't think that there was any way of expressing your opinion to the masses prior to Twitter?
No, I thought that.
I mean, there's a lot of ways. There was television.
Don't straw me. That's not true. There was no way for like the masses to get together and communicate in a way that was personal and public at the same time before Twitter.
Obviously there was. There was. Long
even before television.
We just talked about one.
Writing.
Wait. How many people could get on television before?
Okay, television existed before Twitter as well, you know.
Before television, before radio, there was writing, and before, and not even only writing, there was public gatherings, there was school, there's
clubs, town meetings,
lectures.
Yes, lectures.
So, as a case,
yes. I don't think can I just explain my position, right? So like I'm being clear about like what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there was nothing that could like replicate certain aspects of Twitter. Now I understand that you can communicate to the masses, right? But like what I'm saying is that the interactions that we have at Twitter, the way that you're molding, you're combining private interactions with public communication and public broadcasting for the last nothing like that has existed. Like
social media is new.
It's very new.
But there's no reason for us to treat it differently. Why can't we treat it as humans talking? Because that's exactly what it is humans talking. Why do you have to apply different rules to it?
Devin asked a good question. What would you have done before the internet and before Twitter? Would you have gone to these gatherings? Would you have been on TV? Would you have given a
So what would I?
What did Devin do before YouTube?
Explain what I'm doing now, and then explain what. So first, explain what I'm doing now before I answer that question. Because like all I do now is like I fucking follow people and I tweet on Twitter. So like I'm not like an activist. Like if I was an activist now, you could say. But before I would have fucking maybe had a group like locally that I've gone to about atheism. When it comes to like a lot of the other social issues that I'm dealing with. Simple, like anti-radical, anti-SJW shit. Well, first of all, that shit didn't really exist. But like in reality, it's the same way that was like what would
somewhere in your city, Sharia law is being enforced. What do? Do you send them a letter without your name attached, or do you go out and do something about it? Do you go protest?
What?
If someone's trying to enforce Sharia law in your city, what do you do about that then?
Yeah, do what Tommy
Robinson
did.
That's not like that. I don't think that's a controversial issue. If somebody, I don't think that's very controversial. I don't think that like a.
Even if it's a nice Sharia law, like give it to charity.
I don't think being anti-Sharia law is very controversial. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean like one specific Sharia law, like people must give to charity. That's a nice type of thing. It's not as bad as smack your wife. But say someone tries to enforce that in the city. What do you do about it? Do you sit at home and send them anonymous messages?
I sort of want to make this clear. You're addressing somebody who's anonymous, who happens to be a fan of the atheist group, but also a fan of like a lot of other accounts, and then basically using that anonymity, which is attached to a lot of different opinions, to say that basically I don't fucking want to put my name just to this one issue. So like you can like attack me about that. I've already told you that I would fucking interact. Tell you my name like in a different forum or whatever. But like. I don't understand what the questions are. Like, I'm not afraid of speaking out against Islam. I'm afraid of fucking like this account being attached to like other views that I have, which I'm not ashamed of saying that like I do not want it attached to.
That seems totally convoluted. I don't understand what you just said at all. But you guys can see the rift here. You see the generational rift, right? He does not understand what I'm talking about. He can't see the difference.
Completely what you're
and speaking about critical mass, you were speaking about.
You're afraid of people. You're afraid of people not coming out and saying they're atheists. You're afraid of people not coming out and saying Islam is a problem.
He's not afraid of them. He just doesn't respect them.
No. I don't take them serious.
I'm sorry. You disrespect people. You disrespect people.
No, not disrespect. Not disrespect. Lack of respect.
You don't take them seriously. You lack of respect. It's the same thing. It's the same.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, all right, I understand. It's the same thing. What I'm saying is I understand that. What I'm saying is there are other issues. When people are interacting with you online, you don't fucking know who you're
Then don't
take the avatar seriously or whatever.
Then carry on as you are, but just don't expect anybody to respect you.
And speaking of critical mass, imagine
Twitter accounts don't get respect.
Yes. That's how you're representing yourself to us. Right now, you're anonymous. Nobody respects you because you are anonymous.
And imagine just
You're not some secret double agent. You're not the masked Arab. You can speak your name here. You're just afraid to, and it's not very impressive. I'm not impressed.
And speaking about...
if you think shaming me, what I've already told you that...
Not shaming you, it's shameful. I'm not shaming you. It is shameful what you're doing. I'm pointing that out to you.
And just take this example. Let's say in an Islamic country, just to give it an extreme example, one person comes out and says, no, this is bullshit, I don't believe it. They're not safe, they'll be killed. But imagine if hypothetically, if every single person in Saudi Arabia that didn't believe in the bullshit of Saudi Arabia came out, they'd be safer in numbers.
It's like 15% of Saudi Arabia is Asian.
Sam Harris had like a really interesting podcast about this. She's talking about when women, so there's a situation where a woman was stabbed in public, and everybody stood around. And in psychology classes, they generally tell you that this is a diffusion of responsibility, but in reality, it's a situation where like everybody realizes that if they don't realize that if we all went together, somebody's gonna be hit.
Yeah, but that is cowardice, standing back and waiting for someone else to do it.
The fact of the matter is, you have to address reality. The fact of the matter is, yes, I realize as an individual, and this is the problem with like everything. If I came out and said everything that I think, and everybody came out and said everything they thought, okay, the world would be a better place. The reality is, me coming out tomorrow and saying everything that I think isn't going to make everybody else who thinks the same thing say everything they thought.
Not the point.
No, it's more about what you're saying.
It is the point when you're talking about like critical mass and like people have a different tolerance. So when somebody comes out and says something, it makes it a little bit easier for other people to come out.
Well,
When you said,
I'm
sorry.
I'm gonna mute you, Maddie, for a second if you don't let someone talk.
Sorry.
Look at the Charlie Hebdo situation. After that came out, there was two groups of people: those that showed the cartoons on the news broadcast, those that didn't. Now, if you can't see how important that difference is, so people like CNN, total pussies, didn't show it. People like Fox News did show it. Even the friggin' Young Turks showed the cartoons, and they have to get respect for that. And this is a major difference. This is the whole battle is right in that moment.
Exactly.
Okay, but
That
I'll
is
say,
my
I'll say
point.
like one. I won't. I'm not this. And I'll be quiet for like a long time after this. But like all I'm just saying is that I have no problem. Like to me, religion, especially where I'm coming from, speaking out against Islam, it's just not that big of a deal. It's just not something that bothers me. So like for you to continue to strawman me and say that like this particular
this is not, first of all, we're not strawmanning you. This is not about you personally. It's not about Islam individually. This is about ideas that are beyond and greater than that. We're talking about the principle of it. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the principle of anonymity and people expecting to be taken seriously when they get online and bitch and are afraid to sign their name to their things.
Oh, that's gonna ask you something real quick. Like just respectfully, like what do you think? Taken seriously, what does that mean? Like, because I don't think that most people expect. To me, there's a difference between somebody who has put themselves out as a public personality, right? If you create a YouTube channel and you're like you have followers, that to me is expecting to be taken seriously. Like the creation of this cat and just some anime like avatar interacting with you, those are two different things.
Yes, I have more of an issue with him than you. Obviously, because he is going after people that do state their name. This is a different level. He's now taken his hiding behind a mask and flinging rocks from the back of a mob to a whole different level.
Right? So
Look, for example, Patrick just came into the Hangout, right? Patrick is a Christian subscriber of mine. He states his name. He's a Patreon of mine. And he's Christian. And he states his name to all this. That's brave. That's manly. I respect him for that already, even though I clearly disagree with him on things. How's it going, Patrick?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. And yes, I agree. Islam is a mother load of bad ideas.
Nice. Are you an army guy, or are you just appropriating that hat from?
No, I am a veteran.
Wow.
Veteran of the Army.
Any wars?
The first Gulf War.
Nice. Desert Storm.
The forgotten one that millennials have never heard of.
Well, it was over pretty quickly.
So, is it safe to say, Patrick, that you would survive a day on the oil patch?
Oil patch. Okay. I agree with you. Islam is the mother load of bad ideas. My name is Patrick John Caliano.
There we go. There we go. And that's an army man. That is a guy who's been through. He knows what it is. He knows what life is about. Now, are there any young Kuwaiti children about 20 years old that we should know about?
No.
Does
Okay.
18 years count?
and this marks.
Hi, I finally got a face, even if it's not mine.
Ah, that's the German. He's arrived. So, Patrick, this is the first time a Christian has infiltrated behind enemy lines here. You are in the inner sanctum of Atheism-is-Unstoppable. Are you going to Allahu Akbar and blow the situation up?
No.
Yeah, but you could see. Patrick understands. We're not talking about atheism. How much atheism talk have we put on this one? Probably more than every other one, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you thought about the conversation, Patrick?
Actually, it's been really good. Kind of wish somebody would put Maddie on mute, but no, never mind.
He's passionate because he feels he's being personally attacked when we're just talking about the general
No,
concept.
I don't feel that. Like
Okay.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. Like I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sure you're a nice guy. I know you've been following my videos for a long time. We've interacted before.
I mean, Devin,
I don't know your name. I don't know your name.
I'll give you my name. Like eventually,
Yeah.
like in person.
Well, no,
like,
okay.
if I just say is, I think that people like can have anonymous accounts and public accounts. I think that you have to respect people wanting to separate certain portions of their life.
Yes, I understand
and,
that.
And I don't think you should respect me for being anonymous. I don't like. It's just.
I don't.
Like,
and again, once again, the important part is I don't disrespect you. I lack respect for you.
Yes. Well, I don't think. I mean, that might sound harsh to other people, but I understand. Like, I don't.
Okay.
Like, I'm not.
And look,
what I'm saying is that I guess like you feel to. What I'm saying is that if that person's anonymous, you just don't know what they do in their personal life. I guess.
Yes, there are certain situations like the masked Arab. I'm not criticizing him, and you cannot conflate all these things. I understand the importance of anonymity. I understand why if you go to a porn site, you're not going to type in your name for your username. Okay, I understand that. So it's just when we're talking about ideas and personal ideas and on huge matters, I think it is a good thing for people to sign their name to it. That's all. Because I'm not going to let Sam Harris dangle out in the wind. I'm not going to let Dave Rubin sit up there and defend Israel and, just me be like, oh, I agree with you, Dave, but I'm just going to be the atheist kangaroo.
Right, and like I'll sorry, I got like a little passionate earlier. But like for example, there are little things. For example, the fuck them right in the pussy, right?
Right.
Remember that meme that went around? That's something that it's not really that important. It's not like a big idea, but it's something that you might want to pass around. Just and it's something that you might want to show support for. But is it really worth risking your job?
No. Okay.
That's the point. You need to see the backlash and still do it anyway. Or they just win because they threaten you with a backlash and you've avoided doing it. That's the whole point of doing it.
Right. So, I mean, here's the thing. You could have two accounts. Have an anonymous account where you do frivolous shit and have interesting conversations with other anonymous people. But then if there's things that matter to you, like equal rights, like the rights of women, like terrorism, like things that matter, then it's a good thing if more and more of us are willing to be public about our dissent. I don't see this as a bad thing. I see that as the critical mass that you spoke of. And I think we need to get closer to that and stop being the generation of pussies.
I agree. But like I would say that there are some things that like you have to admit that speaking out against Islam, speaking out against civil rights, speaking out against gay rights, and some of the SJW frivolous shit like fucking right in the pussy and some of the stuff that people have been persecuted over recently, there are different degrees of seriousness, right? And somebody can make those value judgments in their life and say, with this, I want to come out as an atheist, right? But when it comes out coming out as an atheist is risky in some ways, but like saying I support fucking right in the pussy or fucking right in the pussy, as stupid as that sounds, that could be worse when it comes to your job, when it comes to your employment, when it comes to like your social situation. And like people can I think that like you have to accept the fact that what you're saying is right, and it would be great if everybody did what you did, Devin. But like there are some people who go the exact opposite direction, say nothing publicly. But there's some people who choose to divvy up. I want to be public about this, I want to be private about this, in different ways. And like we have to respect that. Like Michael Sam kind of came out and he made your point, and like I kind of disagreed with him. The fact that other NFL players don't come out as gay, like I can't. They have their own issues and things to deal with. I can't say that they're all. I mean,
okay,
well, fearful or whatever.
Did you see the video of the 13-year-old who ate the cheeseburger? That little scrub, drunken peasant fan. So he makes this video. He attacks me, calls me a Nazi, a racist, all this stuff. The guy's name is 420 Memes. Okay, the guy will not put his name up. And imagine the difference, the caliber of human being between him and a guy like Patrick in this hangout right now. This is a guy who. What is the social risk that Patrick is taking by, on public, stating his name, stating his opinion about Islam? He's in an atheist hangout. You don't think this guy's got Christian friends, Christian family members? They're not going to approve of this. But why? But him, an army vet, I respect him already. I respect him more than an infinite amount of Twitter anonymous anime brony types. And even though I disagree with them,
respect them. You respect them.
Okay, yeah, good, right. You agree.
I think we do agree because like I'm not saying that. I guess like what I'm saying. I guess maybe we don't have a disagreement. You should respect them. Of course, they're anonymous. They're not like there is a certain credibility that comes with like putting your name to something, but they do have the right to do that, and they should you shouldn't necessarily diminish what they're doing. Like they're just having fun. They're just fucking around.
Yeah, but other people have the right to see them a different way.
Right, and calling somebody a racist isn't really just having fun.
Right, right. That's the difference. Look, there's a time and a place for that. What we're talking about is a major paradigm shift in the way humans converse, and there are no rules to this, and we're trying to establish those rules. And I'm trying to say that anonymity is at the core of this issue.
Would you suggest that when it comes to certain types of interactions, there should be certain rules?
Yes, porn. Porn should be anonymous. All porn should be anonymous.
So incognito.
Whoa.
Although Mercedes Carrera.
But Devin, wouldn't you admit, right, that there are certain there's certain conversations that you might have with me or with a friend in
Yes.
private, right?
And I had
Yes.
and I had one
Right,
sip
where,
of
which,
it,
which
and that's a
you
new
might
one.
be saying
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
you
That
might,
I
there
had
yeah,
one
is,
sip of that last glass.
you might be having certain conversations where you're saying things and you're just saying them in a certain way that you wouldn't even
I
necessarily
don't
say on your
want orange
public
juice right
channel,
now.
right?
yes.
Like even we're talking about before the internet, there were
You've
different.
drinking
That,
almost all of that. I haven't even.
Christiana, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm getting mad.
I got her.
yeah, I'm sorry. Like, and because I don't
Yes,
think
I
there's
understand.
much disagreement on this subject. And what I'm trying to say is that like there are certain forms of private conversation that are being translated to the internet, where my private conversations with my best friend or with whoever, those are things that I expect to be respected, I guess, in the
I understand.
conversation, right? And like I don't expect you to respect the dog.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that person that you don't respect, that you don't really know anything about that,
Yeah, I know.
not that avatar. And like
Yeah.
I guess I agree with you. Like that public personalities, people who are making accusations, that in order for you to like expect to be given a certain level of legitimacy or respect, then you should put your name to it. I completely agree.
So if you want to be anonymous and dick around in a chat room or go surf some porn,
nobody,
that's
right?
fine. Problem is, we're talking about hugely important social issues, and social issues that are very taboo to discuss, namely religion, politics. These are the huge. The more important the issue, the more sensitive, the more social risk there is to even discuss it. So these two lines meet in a very bad place here.
And one of the issues is political correctness as well.
Yeah.
And race.
Exactly.
Right, race. You cannot talk about race, and therefore it needs to be talked about. And people need to sign their name to it. Look at the backlash I've gotten. You think I'm excited that people can go into Google and type in Devin Tracy and you're going to see racist as a keyword? That's not good for my life. And yet I'm willing to do that. And why? Because I'm so controversial, because I said I don't think black people should commit so many crimes. Not all. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I'm some crusader for the friggin' reality of crime in America, like being aware of it. Now that's my burden now. I'm gonna shoulder that. You guys can all hide behind dogs.
What I will say, Devin, is I follow porn stars on my fucking Twitter account. So like this is not. I don't think there's much disagreement here. Like it's just like everything bad, right? So it's not like I really don't disagree with you. I think people should talk about race. I think people should talk about. Well, I guess like, and I shouldn't have taken this personally at all. I'll apologize, but like.
So what you're doing is pretty harmless, but all we're saying is that we would be more impressed with you if you were to say publicly announce your atheism, which you apparently say you do on your Facebook, but not on your Twitter.
Not my Twitter, but my Twitter is not my name.
Yeah, that's the point.
Everybody knows I'm an atheist who I interact with.
Okay.
Right, but I'm saying what I'm also saying is that this Twitter is like a Twitter that is just for me fucking around and doing a lot of things that like are the equivalent of pre-internet era conversations with friends. Things that you do in private, but you wouldn't necessarily do around other people. And so, like, I think, like, yeah, don't respect this, and like, I'll interact with you on a different basis, and I'll tell you my name or whatever, and I hope that you respect to keep this account private when I interact with you.
Right.
But
so if you send me an email and say, hey, Devin, my name is this such and such. Here's what I think. I'd like to have a conversation with you. That would be the beginning of our relationship. Right now,
you're
just
don't know
like,
who I am.
you're just like mental masturbation. This is an act of frivolity. This is nothing. Until you tell me who you are, that is day one of our relationship.
Of course.
Okay, that's all.
I have said a few things without realizing that somebody has muted me.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You were talking about juice, so
orange
I
juice.
you.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I bought a bottle of it, and he keeps drinking all of it, so that was all. Sorry.
Don't drink the pregnant lady's orange juice.
Yeah, no kidding.
Are you into pickles or not?
Oh my gosh, yes. I love pickles. Yes.
I don't know why.
Only kosher dill pickles. That's it.
Do you love pickles as much as the amazing atheist loves bananas?
Not quite as much.
What do you prefer? Because you were talking about eating.
That's a graphic I don't need.
You're talking about eating a hamburger. What do you prefer, Wendy's or McDonald's?
Oh no, I don't eat Wendy's or McDonald's. Over here in Oklahoma, and there are a couple in Texas and Kansas, maybe. It's called Brahms, and it's like Yeah, it's mostly in Oklahoma, but they have really good. That's the only fast food burgers I'll eat. It's grown and stuff in Oklahoma, and so.
America has the best cheesecakes.
Let me propose something here, because we do have a Christian in our midst, and we don't have any lions, unfortunately. But
don't say lions, please. Don't say lions for me.
We do have a bunch of atheists.
It's traumatic for me to hear lion. I screamed at the beginning of MGM Pictures.
So Patrick, I am curious. You clearly come from a Christian background, but what is it like watching my atheist videos? Like, does it make a dent on you? Do you think about these things? Do you reconsider? What is happening in that brain of yours?
Well, you sent me a video of, what was his name again?
Sam Harris.
Thank you. And first, I thought you did an awesome job of that. Great background music, great videos. It was just, I think he should have been pleased with it if he wasn't. But,
yeah, I think he was.
No, actually, I think what you said is what a lot of Christians need to hear. There is something fundamentally wrong with the idea that millions of innocent children who have never heard of Jesus are going to go to hell if they die, unfortunately, while as somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer could repent on his deathbed and be saved.
So
there's something fundamentally wrong with that.
I mean, the moral issue is wide. There's a lot to be said about it, but all of it fades away once you realize there's no God. I mean, all of it makes sense. All of it doesn't make total sense.
That's the only way to reconcile everything.
So, atheists, rally together, save Patrick. Give him your elevator.
Run, Patrick.
Take some time off from killing kittens and go into strip clubs.
Seriously,
Patrick.
Somebody give him a 15-second elevator pitch for atheism. You have him here. He's among us.
Oh, do you think God's omnibenevolent?
Yes.
Then why is he doing this thing that you've just had a problem with? The millions of people dying who've never heard of Jesus, and then saving Jeffrey Dahmer.
I'm not a traditional Christian, and I don't believe those things. My church teaches a doctrine called universal salvation. Everybody gets saved eventually. In fact, I think most, if not all of you, will probably get there ahead of me.
So, damn.
You're a nice Christian.
See, this is fun, though. This is fun to actually have a guy who literally believes this stuff. I mean, it is. I never talk to people like Patrick. I really don't. I'm surrounded by 13-year-old atheist cunts.
When I was Muslim, I never actually believed that you'd go to heaven, and I didn't believe it when I was Christian either. I just did everything that the book said, but didn't actually believe anything really.
Yeah, Patrick, is it weird to you that most people in this room, and most people in the atheist community, in America at least, are former Christians? I mean, they used to believe everything you're saying, but they've sort of evolved past that.
Honestly, in light of the things in the Sam Harris video, and I think both he and you make very fair criticisms of Christians.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I think blessed are the atheists because they don't believe in organized religion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't blame you for turning your back on Christianity because the message given out by popular Christianity is terrible.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a lifelong atheist. I'm what we call a true blood. But the thing is, it's not just the failings of organized religion, and it's not just the backward and wicked teachings and moral pronouncements from religion. What about the basic fact that there is no God? And how do you wrap your head around that? I mean, that's the mother lode right there. I mean, all this other shit is just white noise from human beings. There is no God. React. Okay, but let me ask you a question. If you do believe in this and you are passionate about it, you are talking to a bunch of people who, are lost. We're lost sheep, and we are not going to heaven. We're not going to be saved. So how would you convince us that there is a God? We're all waiting. We're all waiting with bated breath. It's going to be an uphill struggle, honestly. You're on Atheism-is-Unstoppable's channel.
I freely concede that there is no physical evidence there's a God. There's no way I can convince you.
Okay, but what is your best argument? What is your best attempt?
My best?
Mhm.
My best was very good. I would say my best argument would be, can you conceptualize a moment when you don't exist?
Yes.
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 It was every night when I go to sleep.
When you die, there's going to be no you anymore, no consciousness. You're not even.
Yeah, like
That's how
before
I
we
feel
were
most
born.
of the time.
And we're not fans of it, and we don't like it, but we recognize it as being the case.
It's a horrible, horrible thought.
I remember explicitly when I was like 4 or 5 years old, thinking about this, looking in the mirror, and just thinking that I'm conscious. And there was a time, and I'm like, wow, I'm born. And there was a time when I didn't know, didn't exist. I don't know if maybe a lot of children think that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say
Very
that's pretty
bizarre.
deep.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I do personally believe that eventually everybody goes to heaven. It wouldn't be heaven without you guys.
How does that work? Do you get like a 20 years in hell sort of punishment and then go to heaven?
Purgatory.
All dogs go to heaven. Okay, but wait, Patrick, let me ask you two questions. Number one, would you prefer to live forever or to cease to exist at your death? Which would you prefer to be true? It takes you that long to answer that?
Not to, but you're asking the wrong person that question. See, I'm a disabled vet. I have PTSD and MDD.
Okay.
Ceasing to exist has a certain appeal for this type of a person.
I see.
Okay.
So,
I would agree with you though.
No. I'm assuming that your version of heaven, there is no such thing as PTSD, and these things are all wiped clean, and if you get a fresh start, and
yes,
right. So all I'm asking is, would you prefer that to be the case, where heaven is a real thing and you get to live forever, or would you prefer to be dead and cease to exist and be in oblivion?
I think I'd prefer to live forever.
Okay, so then let me ask you, don't you see that as a conflict of interest? Intellectually, isn't this a very shady proposition now? Because you clearly are biased and are on one side, and every part of your essence hopes that this is the way it is. Like for example, if you were a judge and in came a defendant and a prosecutor, and the defendant was your son, and you desperately wanted your son to not go to jail, and you had a major conflict of interest, the court would say, okay, you cannot be the judge in this case. Your opinion is basically worthless in this now because you so desperately want one outcome here.
I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So run the question by me again.
Well, the question is just, don't you see it as a conflict of interest? Don't you find it to be a little bit suspicious that you want there to be a heaven desperately? And doesn't that sort of cloud your judgment to analytically assess whether there is a heaven at all?
Like a confirmation bias.
Yes, that's true. I admit that.
Okay, this is honest. I mean, this is fascinating to me.
Isn't it also kind of weird that you would choose to live forever, but you believe in heaven? Wouldn't you prefer to go to heaven and live forever?
Well, that's what I mean, I think I meant live forever in heaven.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Oh, I thought you meant like live forever as a person.
Oh, like a vampire style, Brad Pitt,
Yeah.
Tom Cruise.
I think that idea of absolute immortality, vampire style, or whatever would be a nightmare. Imagine, I keep thinking, like people that believe in ghosts. Let's say the Earth exploded. Where did the ghosts go? Do they just go floating in space?
Yeah, well, especially Interview with the Vampire with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. The way
Racist.
New Orleans is shaped up now, they would get the fuck out of there. They would move. And then, Patrick, the other question is, and it's a rhetorical question basically, but were your parents Christian and were you taught this as a child?
My father was Catholic, but he became an atheist. He died when I was 18. And my parents divorced at an early age. He was an alcoholic. He was a very abusive man, very angry man. My mother,
Was he military?
Yes, he was a Marine during the Second World War.
Jesus. Hoorah.
And, well, it was interesting. I find my father's case in the military to be interesting because it just indicates how little we knew. I mean, he was sent into nuclear test sites. You know, they dropped bombs and they would send the Marines into the test site the very next day with all this radiation flowing around, but they just didn't know any better.
Yeah.
And my father was subjected to this.
Wow. I just saw a video about that. Joe Rogan did a whole thing about it, and they have the footage of these guys like running towards a mushroom cloud.
And he died of cancer, tumors.
And how did you square that away with the Almighty?
I just assume that wherever he is, he's where he needs to be. And,
right.
I mean, he'll eventually overcome his issues. You see, I don't believe that a person goes directly to heaven when you die. Like somebody said earlier, it was like purgatory.
Right. Because I was raised Catholic as well, so I learned about purgatory and all of that.
So Patrick, what is it like as a guy from your generation to have lived your life, and basically it goes something like this: no atheist, no atheist, no atheist, bang, there's atheists everywhere. Like, and the atheists, loud atheists who are stating their opinions and are confronting you and challenging you. Has that been a weird thing to live through?
I don't say it's weird because I support atheists. They have absolutely every right to be atheists. If an atheist ran for public office and I thought he could do the job, I'd vote for him. Theism is not prerequisite to be able to be president of the United States.
Would you vote for an atheist before you voted for a Mormon?
Would I vote for who?
Would you vote for a Mormon or an atheist if you had a choice?
Oh, if you were running, I'd vote for you.
Oh, thank you. It's going to be Tracy Kanye West in 2020.
Yeah. Drop a running name, please. Kanye West thinks he is God. Why would you pick him?
Yeah. Well.
Donald Trump is the white Kanye West.
Could you see Kanye stepping onto the stage to interrupt your inauguration address? I'm going to let you finish, but first.
Douchebag. I did want to say something while I'm here. It's unrelated. I think, even if I thought you were a racist, which I don't believe you are, I think it's grossly unfair for that fat douchebag. What's his name?
Yeah, TJ.
Oh, well, thank you.
Fat douche will work.
To call you that, because it basically poisoned any dialogue between you. You already have his fans turning against you, and everybody who enters a conversation with you, with his audience, now automatically assumes you're a racist because he said so.
Yeah, he knows I'm not racist too. He knows I'm a boogeyman that he's created just to exercise his white guilt.
I think he's more racist than you are.
You're going through what somehow.
It's his moral attitude towards black people. Like he's supposed to protect them and take care of them, like they're small children and can't speak for themselves.
Well,
they can't take responsibility for their own actions.
In his defense, he could probably lactate up a storm, and he could probably provide them with a lot of milk.
I think it's more sinister than that. I think he's milking this opportunity for more subscribers.
Yeah. It's his maternal instinct.
Biggest mistake I ever made was looking for the video of Cooking with TJ. I saw that. I can safely say that is the most disgusting thing I have ever looked at.
I've never seen that. I've never even heard of that.
Don't go looking for it.
No?
Never.
I kind of want to now.
No, I have to.
Wait, what is it?
You'll see his ass facing towards the camera, shoving objects up there, pouring sauce all over himself, completely naked.
Ooh.
And
I think we've discovered the source of your post-traumatic stress disorder.
and he's hung like a frickin' gerbil. See this pinky? My second joint. That's what he's tagging.
Oh, you gave him 2 joints?
I was being nice.
I don't want to see that.
I've seen pictures of screen caps from it.
Yeah.
I think people should have been ridiculed the penis more than the banana. That's pathetic. So small.
Oh, don't worry. I addressed both of them to him, to his face, and I signed my name to it.
Yeah.
I just cannot fathom to this day what possessed him to do such a thing. There is no
put it this way.
in the world that I would do this for.
How about this as an argument? There must be no God, because what God would give a man a penis that small?
What God would give a man a YouTube channel like that?
That is cruel and unusual punishment.
I knew we were going to get to this. See, we had this discussion yesterday. We were tweeting, we were on Twitter, and Bruce somehow managed to bring his dong into the conversation.
That's right. That's right.
By the way, it's been 3 hours since we talked about Devin's penis. It's 9 inches.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Actually, yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, well, in the sake of sanity, we should probably wrap it up. Just for, I'm sure you guys all have.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But we have no lives.
I've got nowhere to be.
I had lots to do today, though.
Actually,
I fully support atheists' right to believe what they want and whatever they want to do. I mean, if they run for office, I will vote for them.
So, in other words, you will give us permission to be completely right about the nature of the universe?
You don't need permission from me.
Okay, well,
permission from me.
I'm going to post this video onto my channel. You guys are all going to be super duper famous, and just wait for the backlash. And it's been very fun. So thank you guys all for coming. I really appreciate it.
Interesting.
Thank you for having us. And
Thanks for having us.
Our German friend has been very
waiting
patient.
for him just to find out that I don't get to say one word of what I actually wanted in the conversation.
The Germans.
Seriously, I was impatient when I had to wait for 2 hours.
Okay, we'll give you 1 minute. You speak your mind, and we'll listen to you.
I think I'll wait until the next one.
See, there we go. Back down. All right. Next one.
I guess you get first dibs on whatever topic it is next time.
Yeah, we will talk about how you lost your puberty at the age of 2 and your deep voice, and it'll be great.
And
All right,
Josh,
guys.
thank you for hosting as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Josh, for hosting.
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
And
Catch y'all later, huh?
Well, bye,
thank
everybody.
you for having me.
Definitely
Thanks.
one thank you have.
Take care, everyone.
3 messages.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Later, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay. Anyone wants to talk about